Okay, I call to order the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal informal session for December 15th, 2022. It is 9:34 in the morning. We are starting a little bit early this morning for employee recognitions. Justin, would you mind leading us in the flag salute? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and just a quick reminder that there will be no session on December 29th of this year. Next week is our last session for the year. We will resume in January. And that brings us to item C, which is our presentations. And we have the 2022 Employee Years of Service Recognition event. Today, we celebrate and recognize the men and women who are critical to Yamhill County's success. Many of these individuals have spent their entire careers with us. And members of the public view county government favorably because of the folks who interface and serve the needs of our customers. While we are recognizing 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years of service and retirements today, we also want to express how grateful we are to the employees who are on year 14 or 29, and we hope you feel valued, especially after a tough few years with the COVID pandemic. And with that, I will ask Commissioner Sterrett to begin with recognizing our 5-year awardees.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody, for your service. I'd like to start with the 5-year awards, and that's Julie Anderson. Thank you, Julie. Carrie Martin. Carl Clem. Thank you, Carl. Sandra Van Bergen with the Assessor's Office. Community Justice, Larry Evanson, Samantha Harrington, Tiffany Santos, Aaron Stotler. In the DA's office, Renee Albert, Carla Chavez, Lily Suarez, and from the fair, Gary Wirtz. In IT, Rule Deaver. In Public Works, Nolan Otley, Ron Reed. In HHS, Nicole Acuff, Cipriano Angeles, Amber Boganoff, Cassidy Bronze, Amanda Bunch, Lisa Dillman, Donald Henschel, Linda Jensen, Deanne Landwehr, Mary Lunsford, Abraham Mejia, Cicely Nicely, Christina Thomas, Mark Walker, Jessica Woods, and with the Sheriff's Office, Jaime Serta, Jacob Holverson, Judy Ingham, Jacob Stoutenberg, and Joshua Sullivan. Thank you all for your excellent service to our community. Thank you.
And I get to recognize the 10-year awardees and the 15-year awardees. But when we listen to those names from Commissioner Sterrett, I was realizing how much each one of them has done, the folks that I know and have worked with. And so it is very kind of overwhelming. And I get to note one that I've worked with a lot too and really appreciated. So with that, from admin, we have Carolina Rook. In the assessor's office, we have Derek Worth. He's probably listening, I'm sure. From Community Justice, we have Angela Cruz. In HHS, we have Heidi Fernandez, Renelle Hall, Tammy Story, Stacy Tolliver, and Jerry Wilson. In the planning department, we have Bo Biggs and Mike Kemper. And they are probably driving a little truck right now somewhere. And in Public Works, we have James Craver. In the Sheriff's Office, we have Jason Gardner, Andrew McMahon, and Monica Saunders. So thanks to all of the 10-year. It's a significant amount of time, even if it's not 35 years. And I'd like to recognize the 15-year awardees at this point. From admin, we have Jessica Johnson and Lori Murphy. Sorry, my phone's making noise. In community justice, we have Alfredo Madrigal. In the district attorney's office, we have both Catherine Lynch and Cassie Borden. In health and human services, we have Director Lindsay Manfred. We have Joseph Plasker and Lacey Plasker. And in the sheriff's office, we have Aaron Klauser, Woody Little, Sean Sato, and Donald Stackpole. And some of them I don't recognize their first name because I just know them by their title. But let's thank the 15-year awardees. Very grateful for all of your service. And Chair.
Okay. I want to acknowledge the 20-year awardees. From the assessor's office is Brian Hansberry. From community justice is Melissa Ezel and Catherine Harmon. From HHS is Sandra Skytima. From the sheriff's office is Steve Reed. And that concludes our 20 years. So let's give them a round of applause. Our 25-year awardees go to community justice, Ronald Jones, HHS, Creason Pendleton, the sheriff's office, Brandon Bowdle and Michael Brooks. Thank you all very much for your service. The 30-year awardees go to HHS Department, Janae Cisneros, Blanca Marquez, and Kevin Stevens. Congratulations. Thank you. And finally, our retirements. We'd like to honor all of you as well for this year. Bill Gilly has 46 years, had 46 years in public works. Russ Heath, 35 years in public works. Norma Heath, 34 years in admin. Vicki Wood, 33 years in community justice. Bobby Bliven, 32 years in the sheriff's office. Todd Steele, 30 years, sheriff's office. David Lux, 27 years in the sheriff's office. Chris Ray, 27 years in the sheriff's office. John Reed, 26 years in public works. Roy Harrell, 26 years in the sheriff's office. Gail Jensen, 25 years in the clerk's office. Jamie Bogan, 25 years in HHS. Richard Broyles, 24 years in the sheriff's office. Kevin Rose, 20 years community justice. Karen Rogers, 19 years in the sheriff's office. Madeline Knutz, 16 years in the sheriff's office. Catherine Lindbergh, 10 years in public works. And Gail Woosley, 6 years in HHS. Thank you very much for your service. And that looks like it concludes our ceremony.
Thank you for all of your service out there.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Are we recessing until 10? Or are we, no, just going?
We did in fact notice the meeting start time is 9:30, so.
Okay. Great. All right, so we will keep going. Let me find my agenda here. I just realized we didn't go down to the front where we supposed to. Okay. There it is. And I would also like to welcome our newest member of admin, Nicole. Started this week on Monday, so hopefully you're getting right in there. Joining the team. We've welcomed you with open arms, so welcome.
Welcome.
And this is your first official meeting, so.
And you've already had
Okay.
to deal with.
I know,
Zoom,
some
so
technical
it's
glitches.
perfect.
What's the saying? Why should today be unlike any other day? Okay, so item C is calendar session. Anything to add to the calendar session?
No, Chair. Me.
No? Okay. Nothing to add. Next week is our last meeting for the year, and I will be on virtually next week. Item D is public comment. This time period is reserved for public comment on any topic other than an agenda item, a quasi judicial land use matter, or a topic scheduled for a public hearing. And we did receive one public comment in writing. And I want to acknowledge that, but first let's get to, if there's anyone online who has public comment or in the audience, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, seeing none. We received a letter regarding the lawsuit that is challenging Oregon's vote by mail system. The lawsuit named 12 counties, including Yamhill County. And the request is for Yamhill County to withdraw from the motion to dismiss, which is what we have signed on to. And this has to be done by tomorrow, apparently. So
Actually, there is an update. The deadline has been extended, so the filing's not due until January 6th.
for the motion to dismiss.
Correct.
Okay, January 6th. So I don't want to address anything that perhaps should be discussed in executive session if it's, per the lawsuit and where Yamhill County is going to be on this. However, I do think we should sort of get a sense of where the board is at in terms of policy on this issue. Is it something we need to bring up in executive session? Or is this something that we don't feel that we need to proceed with?
Well, the only thing I would say, and I don't know, Christian, where the parameters are for executive session. We did have a discussion, and
Mhm.
when we heard about this lawsuit early on and Yamhill County was named, the very first question I had was, is there something that we can remedy? Is there something we're doing wrong? Well, apparently from what the information is that is supposedly pointing to Yamhill County, it does not impact our processes, our clerks, anything that we've done on our end. But I always want to know what the receipts are. I mean, if you're saying we've got an issue here with voting, I didn't want to say unilaterally, well, we must be right and we need to dismiss, be part of the motion to dismiss. So I've wondered, at what point we want to get some information. So if there is something wrong, we can address it. And that's kind of where I'm landing. But you were explaining, Christian, the importance of, or the reasoning behind being part of the motion to dismiss.
Well, yeah, I mean, we are a named defendant in this lawsuit. We have an obligation to appear. And the obligation of my office is to defend the county zealously and to the best of our ability. And that's what we're going to do. The direction from the board from the outset has been that we were going to defend against the allegations brought forward in the lawsuit. We have a statement on our website to that effect that we put out, shortly before the election. And I do think, and my advice to the board will continue to be that I think our best option at this point is to remain involved with the other defendants and remain part of that joint defense of these allegations, including participating in the motion to dismiss. And I will say one more thing. There's no guarantee that our motion to dismiss is going to be granted by the court. We will file that motion to dismiss, and then the plaintiffs will have opportunity to respond. And if they have additional information, if they have additional evidence, if they have additional facts that they want to bring forward, that will be their opportunity to do that. And the court may very well not grant our motion to dismiss. There's a very high bar to get a motion to dismiss granted. And if they can come forward with some additional information and facts that convince the court that there's more to this case that needs to be heard, then our motion would likely be denied. And then we would continue through the rest of the process, which would then include discovery and depositions and the rest of what would normally take place. So I would say it's in our best interest, the county's best interest to remain engaged and to continue to work collaboratively with the other defendants. Continue to participate in the way we have been.
And I think I would add, having thought about this just a little bit, that a lawsuit such as this, I would recommend staying the course on this, but that since you brought up policy, that in the new year, because I don't think there's really enough time to talk about it in the next 2 meetings, and Ken would probably have a heart attack if we tried to do it next week without him, is that if you feel as a board that the statewide policies need to change, statewide laws around access to voting, then that's probably a discussion that you have and then take to a legislative sponsor. But in the meantime, it is litigation that names us. And if we don't stay in, then, and the motion is dismissed, except for us, then we're the ones defending ourselves in a federal lawsuit.
Right, and that was my question.
And that would be a real mess, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, it would be, costly. And I do kind of separate out the two. It says the goal of the lawsuit is to return Oregon to in-person voting. That's really not in our purview. That's a different policy discussion. But I do think it is, if folks have questions about our process as a county, then those are questions that we can answer. And so perhaps going forward, this is something where we need to work with our county clerk and say, hey, is there something we can do? Perhaps a voluntary audit of our system where we go through and look at all of these different factors and put that out for the public to reassure them. That's perhaps something that we
And
can.
you're absolutely right. And we could certainly hear more from the clerk, but I believe there is already some of that built into the system after each election.
Mhm.
The Secretary of State randomly selects different races to be hand counted, which I think works essentially like an
Mhm.
audit, but those are exactly the kinds of things that some of which are already built into the system and more of which could be discussed with the clerk at the local level. And I would say one of the things we had talked about this early on too, Yamhill County is only mentioned twice in this complaint. Once it's where we're named in the caption, and the other time is when they list what the population of each of the defendant counties is. So we were a county that didn't initially anyway have any direct connection to any of the plaintiffs. And I did check yesterday. I hadn't seen any amended complaints or any other filings that have come in that might have added some parties with a direct connection to Yamhill County or added some additional evidence to support their allegations of election fraud.
One of the things, as you mentioned, Christian, which has been very comforting, is that after every election, we do get sort of a clean bill of health, and that they have done these sort of spot checks, if you will. And I remember when Secretary of State Dennis Richardson came, watched our process, and then came back with again another clean audit. But these are not statewide audits. These are just what is within our purview to address. So the one thing that I wanted to know is, and you mentioned this, if there is evidence to the contrary that shows that there is an issue here, that is something I think we would all be interested in addressing. And this is a nonpartisan issue. This is something that affects everybody. And so I think it would be in our best interest. But as you said, if there is something we can, it should be borne out.
Okay, well, as Christian stated, the board has previously come to the conclusion or made a decision that we are going to be part of the motion to dismiss. Without getting into the details, which I think would probably require an executive session, I don't really feel that we need to change course at this point. But I do think that it is worth working with our county clerk to say, hey, here's some of the concerns that folks have. How can we be more transparent about what happens here in Yamhill County? And potentially provide some type of voluntary internal audit that helps tamp down on some of the fears that are out there.
I know anytime I've ever had a constituent who had concerns about a particular, oh, I got 2 ballots, or, oh, these people are getting ballots and they don't live here type of thing. I've always gone to our clerk, either our previous
Mhm.
clerk or our current clerk, and said, hey, how do you address this? And what are some of the steps that you take? So I've always felt that those questions were answered satisfactorily. But it's the other stuff that we don't know about that I can't address. So, but anyway, I thank you, Chair, for bringing this up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, moving on to item E. We have no department updates today. Item F is our work session. And we have a work session on the calendar for review and discussion of fiscal year 2023-24 discretionary allocation. Ken, if you want to kick us off here.
All right, so as the board knows, this is our kickoff for the budget process. For Justin and I and the rest of our budget team, you know, this is a pretty lengthy process to get us from here to July 1, when we actually implement a new budget. And you may recall that each year, as that first official step, is having a conversation about discretionary allocation, the initial allocation that gives instructions to the departments on that baseline budgeting on how to handle discretionary revenue, and then also the approval of the budget instructions that we've prepared. And so what I'm going to do is, first, I have a couple handouts here. So I want to take one. The first one is going to be specific to the discretionary allocation table. And it should be 2 pages. One's 8.5 by 11. The other one's 11 by 17.
Thank you.
And then this next one, there should be 2. There should be a cover letter and then a draft budget instruction package. And I've got them sorted to where they're right on top of each other. So if you just grab that.
Chair, we have someone for public comment. You should probably let him know we've already passed that.
Thank you.
I didn't know
I
you were
think
going to
he
be
may
here.
have
I didn't
not
make enough
known.
copies. Okay, so the first handout where I'd like to start, probably a little bit easier to spot, the table that has the highlighted fields on it on the first page. So one of the first steps that I start working on in the early budget process is I have to, and this can be a challenge because I'm trying to project both revenues for the current year and then also trying to project potential revenues for the next fiscal year for 10/02. And we're doing this really early in the process, you know, so this is something that will get updated as we move through the budget process and we start seeing better year to dates. But again, I'm working with essentially, you know, 5 months of receipts. But in order to come up with the baseline and make a recommendation on what that discretionary allocation, that initial allocation is going to look like for the new year, we do need to both forecast what revenues are going to look like for this year so we can determine beginning balance for next year. And then with that projected beginning balance and then the projected revenues to come up with that base amount. So this first table just highlights or shows what we historically have budgeted and forecasted in those lines. We also do a lot of trending as far as some of the lesser taxes, keeping in mind that this is our discretionary fund. So this includes both property taxes that the county receives, as well as prior year taxes that may be received during that fiscal year. And then we have what the lesser taxes, the alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, some of those other lesser taxes that we get for revenues through the year. A lot of those are really hard to predict, but we try to do forecasting and a look back. Admittedly, the one that we're really struggling with and we continue to struggle with is the marijuana revenue forecast, because there's been a lot of changes and some of those revenues have gone down. The very first year that was implemented, there was a catch-up provision, and so we received a really large amount the very first year. And then when we thought we were going to get a steady amount on those revenues, then there were some legislative changes. And so there was actually a reduction to what the county's receiving. And so that's been a moving target. And again, I'm trying to take a very conservative approach when I'm looking at revenues and what we're forecasting. But I feel really good about the numbers as presented in here, estimating that, and that's what the numbers are in here as far as the total projected revenue, both for the current year and for next year. Any questions on that worksheet?
And it really represents the biggest difference really is that ARPA allocation.
Yes. Yeah, that was a big change because, last year there was this current year, we had the 4.4 million that we did move into discretionary funds. A lot of those funds were transferred out to capital reserve and some other specific projects, but we did move. And so that's going to be coming off the books as well, as far as the discretionary. So the current year, and if we want to go to the larger table on page 2, and we can talk about the discretionary allocation table, also known as table 1 in our budget instructions. So this table is the table that we use to both track our, throughout the budget process. This is a pretty large spreadsheet. I actually reduced it to some of the columns off of this so it could fit on 11 by 17 and still be legible. But this is something that we start with. If you look at the very first column, you see the 22-23 is the $34 million of transfers that's broken out on here are all the funds that were transferred in the current fiscal year to departments. And then you can see in the next column is the percentage that breaks down the overall percentage as it breaks down to budget teams. Keeping in mind, this is not total budget. This is just strictly the discretionary allocation. So as an example, when you're looking at this, you can see the criminal justice team receives 62% of total discretionary funds. So now you get to the next column, which is the initial allocation of 23-24. This very first column, what we do is as part of this allocation process. In this step is where I subtract any of the one-time funding allocations that were approved in the fiscal year. A lot of times you'll see in here the ARPA funds, possibly a one-time transfer to a department for a specific project or some of those items. And so we back those numbers out. So then you get that revised allocation. So then you're going to see with again, the ARPA funds was a one-time revenue that came in. We made some transfers. So in 22-23, we had $34 million in funds that were sent out. After backing out those one-time contributions, that got the initial allocation down to $30,871,000. And then the next column is probably the biggest thing is my recommendation going into that base allocation. And I know this is going to present some challenges for departments, both the budget team and for all departments, especially those that are heavily dependent on discretionary funds. But I'm proposing a 2% decrease to the discretionary allocation. Because last year we took some of the ARPA funds for the revenue replacement, and we did one of two actions. We either did one-time large transfers to specific departments for projects or specific items. And If you remember last year, we did a much larger across the board increase that also included some of those revenue replacement funds associated with ARPA. And when you look at those numbers, I just have concerns about the sustainability of continuing that same level of discretionary allocation and the potential impacts that has on our reserves and our reserve for the future. I never want to be in a position that we're not maintaining any reserve funds at all in this budget. And so what I'm proposing is a 2% decrease. You can see that number, when you total it, it's $612,000 reduction in the discretionary allocation, and that's to limit the impact on the reserve funds in this budget. This will have some impacts. Again, probably the larger impacts. The sheriff's really going to have to look at this, because they have such a large allocation of funds. You're going to see that some of those impacts, and you'll see in the column immediately after the initial allocation on what that 2% reduction actually looks like in real numbers in that column. And so then you have the gray shaded column is what the final, what would actually be in the budget instructions, what we would tell departments to budget for discretionary allocation is that gray shaded column there. The other part that I think is really important that to help offset some of these costs, or not costs, but the reduction to the discretionary reduction. I also did a review of the audited beginning balances for this year as compared to what was budgeted in this fiscal year. So again, looking at what departments had forecasted for beginning balances or where they were going to start the year with beginning balances, compared the budgeted beginning balances with the audited beginning balances. And I found with the large number of vacancy savings, and then also some conservative spending practices within those departments, that their beginning balances were much better than actually what was forecasted and budgeted. Mm-hmm. So I'm anticipating that a lot of this reduction of this 2%, many of the departments that are going to, see this are going to be able to make up that difference with the additional beginning balance funds that they actually ended up receiving at the end of the year. And again, a lot of that has resulted from vacancy savings. Now, I know the challenge is vacancy savings and some of these things, that's a one-time savings. And once you spend that down, or if you start filling those positions and operating, that those operational costs may exceed. So again, I think it's going to take a balanced approach as we're building our budgets over the next 6 months, is both looking at how we can utilize existing revenue resources like beginning balances and other outside revenues to make up the difference with this reduction, but then also looking at where cost saving measures may need to be applied within the department if they're unable to balance their budgets. I know I'm covering a lot of information, but is there any questions at this point before I get too far ahead?
And then CBAs could also affect this.
Yes, because that's going to be another thing. And that's both twofold. One, I want to make sure that departments have the resources to cover any potential associated costs with the new collective bargaining agreement that may be coming into place. At the same time, I also need to make sure that we're holding reserves for those future increases as well. So it's a balanced approach to both. And without getting too far into details, we'll be working on that, while at the same time, I think we have 4 contracts. One that's still open that we started negotiations this year, and we'll be going into negotiations on 3 other contracts next month, or starting in the next couple months.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I do remember us sort of flagging, with caution, the use of ARPA to sort of, backfill personnel. So I think this is a good strategy going forward.
So the other handouts that I provided is there's a memo, and then there's the initial draft of the budget instructions. And you may recall that we issue these budget instructions, I believe, are scheduled for January 10th. where we'll meet with all of our department heads, issue budget instructions, and then that really kicks off the budget process in full, where all the internal departments will meet with their budget teams and we'll start entering budgets. And so the first memo, again, is an explanation of everything that I just provided as far as my recommendation. The other part with the budget instructions, you're going to see a lot of the basic tables and information, not a lot of changes from what we've done in previous years. I think the biggest change that or challenge, in addition to revenues, which is always a challenge, but one of the other things, we're implementing a new software system for our budgeting. So come January and February, we're going to be using a brand new system for building our budgets this year. So it's going to be both exciting and challenging at the same time with that.
Oh, and just one question. So there's no reserve for software in the proposed initial allocation. Is that because we will have covered the costs of Oracle from what we've reserved?
Correct.
Through
Yeah.
June 30. Okay.
Yes. So there's no direct allocation coming out of here for that. We had done that in prior years and we believe we have sufficient funds, but much like any other program, project or presentation or revenue need, if departments are unable to balance their budgets and are having to make cuts or have a project proposal, they'll be coming forward during the budget process and making those requests. And then the board and the budget committee will be able to consider those requests at those times. But what I'm proposing is we really need to sharpen our pencils and take a look at the budget. And, I've shared before that the discretionary fund, when you look at the allocation as compared to what we project for revenues, it's not sustainable. We're using beginning balance. So I believe this gets us a little bit closer to where we are still having to make use of some beginning balance and just being ready for, again, this is just an initial allocation that we'll start building in budgets, and then more of the in-depth conversations around the other revenue sources, expenditures and everything else will be had later in the spring when budgets are prepared and we're ready to go to budget committee.
Is there
Okay.
anything else, Ken, that you wanted to highlight in the draft memo to departments for building their budgets?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything. A lot of our, at the same time, while you'll see a lot of tables, we have, like on our standard cost table, some challenges with that. I'll be speaking with individual department heads about what to budget, because there's a lot of items that are going to be challenged because it's going to be subject to bargaining and a new collective bargaining agreement. So some of those are going to be really challenging to budget for. And so we'll make sure that we have placeholders, at least budgeting the status quo as much as possible to ensure that we have expenditure authority for when new contracts go into place. Otherwise, we really tried for a lot of the charges, internal charges, we're really trying to hold flat on those. And as much as possible, insurance rates, while workers' comp always looks pretty good. We've been having a really good experience, and our experience ratings and our move to safe has been really successful. And we're seeing some cost savings. The same can't be said for liability and property insurance. Those are always challenged. We keep seeing, but we're so early at this point, it's really hard to get what the true rate is going to be until we get typically into May, by the time we get actual renewal numbers of what they're going to look like. I know they release them in February, but we're still working on calculations and experience ratings and everything else. So that's something that we update throughout the budget process. And then the other important part is we have the budget calendars that are also part of this, that highlights the budget adoption process. And
And have you? I'm assuming you've discussed this with department heads, so that's not like a big surprise.
it's not a surprise, but while I haven't gone into details exactly what it was, what I've been looking at, but at least we have a Tuesday morning department head meeting, and I want to say it was several weeks ago. I'm looking at Justin. It's just kind of a reminder that I did put out there that, hey, that we had a conversation that discretionary, both with the ARPA funds that were included in this year's allocation, that it's not sustainable. We can't, again, when our revenues are 30 million, we can't allocate 34 million. So we have to bring that in line with what our revenues look like.
And in the past, you have issued, I want to recall, if I'm recalling correctly, it was like 3 to 5% of material costs reductions mandatory across the board at some point in the past few years.
We haven't done that. We
No?
haven't
Okay.
mandated anything like that as a policy that
Okay.
departments have had to cut their budgets, or
No,
find
it was
10%.
it was like materials and services or something.
We have
not
a-
personnel.
And it's kind of the flip. We have a cap that's in the budget instructions that anything that increases the materials and services by 5% requires a memorandum justifying what that change is for that's included in their budget presentation to the
Gotcha.
budget committee.
Okay.
And that's another way to, if we're seeing increased costs that are coming in materials and services, personnel, it's really hard to
Mhm.
control because there's a lot of variables. And most of the time, a lot of those variables are outside of the department head
Mhm.
hands to manage for. But again, if there's new positions, they have to justify new positions. If they're making reclassification requests, they have to justify that. And so we added an additional requirement that anything that drives a materials and service cost or a request that by 5%, that they need to provide a memorandum
That must
supporting
be what
that.
I'm remembering. Okay.
Sorry, Mark.
Okay. Commissioners, any further questions?
Thank you for your work on this.
Yeah.
and
So
No chair, but thank
we-
you.
Oh, I was gonna see.
Do we need,
So we
okay,
approved
action?
this allocation.
Yes, and so basically it's consideration of setting initial 23-24 fiscal year discretionary allocation for departments and approving the 23-24 fiscal year budget instructions.
Chair. I
So
would-
moved.
You beat me to it.
Any further comments, questions, concerns? No? Okay.
No chair.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Justin, for your work. Okay. So does that conclude our work session?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Chair, I just wanted to make a note about public comment. And if anybody's here for public comment.
So Tom, we had public comment early because we started at 9:30 today. But we did discuss your written comment briefly. Do you want to maybe quickly come up and speak to that?
Thank you, Chair Bershauer, Commissioner Kula, Commissioner Starrett. You got a full agenda today, so I won't reread this thing. I presented it because this lawsuit will go forward and Yamhill County's named. And so we just need to be ready and we need to have some questions answered. My main concerns, and I wrote them on here, were number one, would it affect the clerk personally? And the answer is no, it would not impugn her character nor threaten her career. That's not the intent of this thing. And the other is, what will it cost the county a lot of money? And I know Christian's concerned would have to hire some legal counsel outside. you don't carry legal counsel for these one-off things. And I don't know the answer to that. That would be speculation on anybody's part. So thank you for receiving this. We will have to participate in this as it goes forward next month. And I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. The more time you have to think about these things, usually the more preparation time, the better the response. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks. Tom.
Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Um, Okay, we will move on to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
No, Chair.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Item H, old business. Item H1 is consideration of approval of an agreement between Yamhill County and Yamhill County Care Organization, Inc. for the Promoting Healthy Childhood Environment Project in the amount of $70,000 retroactive to September 1st, 2022 through August 31st of 2023, and this is continued from December 8th of 2022.
Chair, I would like to request that we remove this item and continue further discussion when we can have Jen Richter from the CCO Early Learning Hub and either Seamus or someone else, but I know, Ken, you've had lots and lots of discussion. I met with Seamus yesterday
Okay. Thank you.
and spoke a lot about this. And it's just not something I feel we're in a position to address right now without so much more information. And until everybody can be there to answer our questions, I don't think it's fair to have this discussion half-baked. Ken, any additional insights?
It's completely up to the board. Again, this has been a pretty lengthy discussion. That's been admittedly, even I'm struggling at times trying to track all the discussions and the timelines and everything associated with this. Because you may recall that this was first an agenda item in February of last year. And then based on the CCO's request, we pulled that so then we could work on the scope of work. And then we had some later discussions during work sessions, but a lot of times it also got mixed in with some of the other grant programs that we were rolling out. So if the board would like to have a more comprehensive discussion that includes staff from the Early Learning Hub and from the CCO and from our team to be able to answer questions about what this agreement, again, it's $2.2 million. So I'm really want to make sure that we're checking all the boxes and that the board feels comfortable with the action moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think from last week, my expectation was that we would have maybe Jen or Seamus here. So considering that next week is kind of and Ken won't be here, I'll be virtual. I would prefer moving it to January if we can at some point.
Yes, and I know that Seamus is going to be out of town the week after Christmas before New Year's. So I think that if we think in terms of the second meeting,
Second.
The second meeting,
yeah, the second meeting,
I forget what day it is. 13th? 10th, okay.
it just might give everybody more time to
Okay.
be here. 12.
Let's shoot for the 12th.
Okay.
Hopefully that'll
And-
work.
I would note, because this, we've had concern expressed from the public at getting this money out there and doing the work that we've all expressed as a priority. And it needs to be effective, right? At least I think that you agree with me on that it really needs to be effective and go to expanding access to childcare long-term. So putting it off and hearing clearly from them and perhaps even adjusting it seems to be the most prudent option.
And they have been doing some work,
Mhm.
and that will be really instructive to hear some of the work and some of the information they've gotten through the task
Yeah.
force and some of their listening sessions. But I think it's also would be really important for us to get a clear to get on the same page, and I don't think we are at this point.
Yeah, agreed.
So Seamus is like, hey, why don't we just
Okay.
do this later?
Okay, so we will request to move that to January 12th of 2023. Thank you. Moving on to item I, other business. Item I1 is consideration of approval in the matter of an order authorizing the sale of tax foreclosed property by private sale and ordering distribution of proceeds. This is tax lot number R 3204-00203. And I believe we talked about this last week or the week before.
I can't remember. It might have been 2 weeks ago, but yeah, this is one of the sealed bids. The other property that was put out to sealed bid, well, not put out, but we received bids on, should be in front of you by next week. But this one's this week.
Sounds good. I will move approval of item I1. Is there further discussion or questions for Jody?
No, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jody.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. Item I2, consideration of approval of a letter of agreement between Yamhill County Health and Human Services and Yamhill Community Care Organization to support the Sheridan Housing Project in the amount of $163,992, retroactive to October 31st, 2022 through October 31st of 2023.
Chair, I just wanted to mention, I've been out there and the project is, it's beautifully at this point moving along, and there's a long waiting list of people who want to get in, but it is occupied, and it's just a great example of that public-private partnership. So I would move approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Starrett. And I do want to note that I was having a back and forth with YCAP, and they told me that the requests for rent assistance right now are through the roof. They've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
So this kind of housing is desperately needed.
And as we know, once you get, once you lease a Section 8 or a housing choice voucher, it's been very difficult to find housing while you have it, and often people lose it. So
Yeah.
clearly very important
Yeah.
to have the Sheridan project.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I will move approval of item I2. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes.
Ken, did you want? Yeah.
Oh, you did?
And so.
Oh, okay.
So it's doubly approved.
Okay. Sorry
Oh my
about
gosh,
that.
We have to do another round
just
of
cranked
further
through.
discussion.
Okay, so let the
I'm
record
excited.
reflect that Commissioner Starrett moved approval of item I2. Okay, item I3, consideration of approval of a 5-year lease agreement between Yamhill County and JJSS Property LLC for property located at 310-330-340 Northeast Kirby Street, McMinnville, Oregon, each with an annual 5% rent increase effective January 1st, 2023 through December 31st of 2027 with options to renew.
Chair, I would move approval.
Okay, Commissioner Starrett moves approval, and this is regarding some Health and Human Services property and moving folks around.
That's correct. Yeah, and more specifically, it's public health.
Okay.
And so as part of this, this is part of our larger strategic initiative as well, that even though this is a lease agreement, this is anticipated as a short term until the long-term solution.
Solution,
And so there'll be further discussions about what we, and that's going to probably be something we'll schedule for an executive session about the current site. Once staff moves, we'll want to get with the board and talk about options with that property as well.
Okay.
So I see this as like one of the first steps. We're looking at consolidating some HHS.
Yeah.
And this building where we already have HHS services in that small campus area, this building became available, and it seemed like a good opportune time to do that. And it still aligns with our long-term goals.
Right.
Great.
And the other thing that's important is we do have an out at some point.
Yeah.
If we have different plans, we would be able to get out of the lease. But this, as Ken mentioned, we've got veterans there, we've got DD services, and they've done a really nice job with reconfiguring that office. So working out well.
And it's a
Wonderful.
highly accessible space,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And in
it-
government lingo, short term means like 10 years or something.
Right.
So
Right, true.
But I do think that in the interim, it's a site that it's going to be easy for people to
Yeah.
get to and easy for public health to advertise it as,
Yeah.
brand it and sign it,
Okay,
rather than having to come into the county core. downtown core,
Parking and transit.
While still remaining committed to downtown.
Right.
That's,
exactly.
that one was for Joya.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. Item I4, consideration of approval to adopt the Mercury Total Maximum Daily Load TMDL Implementation Plan. And we do have Director Lago here to answer any questions. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
No, thank you, Chair, but
We've-
the map of all the streams and the priority culverts. I'm just grateful that that exists and it can guide
Yeah.
future public works
Mhm.
work. I know it's like tangential, but it's a fun map.
And we've had
Yeah.
some lengthy conversations on this before, but thank you for bringing it all together. and
Yeah.
Moving forward.
And Chair, I would move approval of item I4.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks for getting on this and keep pushing.
Item I5 is discussion of Yamhill County economic development options. And this was added to the agenda by Commissioner Starrett.
Thank you, Chair. We've long had discussions about what does economic development look like, and I'm looking at what's transpired over the last 9 years almost that I've been here. And what we've seen is we went from nothing to a part-time person dedicated, AJ Foscoli, who worked with us very closely from SEDCOR. And then that morphed into a full-time contract with Abishaw being our a dedicated Yamhill County representative through SEDCOR. What I'd like to see is, since we're in such a challenging business climate, not only we have to deal with state issues, but with what's happening with our economy, I would love to see an in-house economic development effort where we have somebody who is not only dealing with the traded sector components, which we still would have our membership in SEDCOR, but not necessarily a contract where we have that full-time person, and then dedicate that funding to an in-house economic development. And I say department, but I'm looking at sort of like a one person primarily who would address more of the economic development concerns countywide.
So we've had this discussion many times throughout the past 2 years since I've been here. You guys have more of the history of, what was occurring before. I didn't come into an in-house person. SEDCOR was our contract as of the beginning of last year. And I have noticed that there's a bit of a disconnect between our economic development goals or even a forward-facing effort in the county and sort of what's going on in our local jurisdictions. That seems to be lacking. And I know, especially during COVID, when we had restaurants and small businesses that were just in panic, full-blown panic mode, and we didn't really have the interface for them, which I think was a critical component of at least what was going on then. It would have been very helpful because instead they came to us, right? And we were sort of trying to react. So I do think that as part of a long-term strategy, and some of these things I was going to bring up in January as well, but I do agree that our economic development plan needs to be revamped a bit. I would really love to see someone in-house, someone that identifies as the Yamhill County business person, business ombudsman or whatever, and can directly interface with some of our chambers. I was at the McMinnville City Council meeting on Tuesday night. There is a growing problem with our business community and some of the local jurisdictions around crime and other things that are going on. So I left there feeling like, gosh, I wish we had someone that could interface with these folks and make sure that when we're out there trying to promote Yamhill County as a friendly place to do business, that we're also working with our local folks in local jurisdictions to make sure that every part of the county is working towards that.
Are
goal.
you, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, are you, given that most jurisdictions have, a chamber or a economic revitalization committee of some kind, are you picturing it being like a chamber except people don't pay for it, or is it like having a chamber leadership without chamber members, or is it not like a chamber? And then kind of the flip side of that, and I think you alluded to this, is that you would like to reconsider the priorities of Yamhill County Board of Commissioners around economic development, which I believe the focus had been traded sector and manufacturing, because those are higher paid jobs for the most part for the average worker at them. So are you thinking that it's more of a like, we will spend money on an in-house staffer to focus on supporting businesses that aren't traded sector and continue to have a membership in SEDCOR as a way of having a toe in traded sector? Or are you thinking that this person would do both traded sector and non-traded sector businesses?
I think it's in all of the, I mean, this is just me talking. I think it's in all of the above. And I would want to maintain whatever membership in SEDCOR, but other counties, I'm just gonna throw out Marion County, for instance. Other counties have economic development directors. They have folks in-house, perhaps even with a staff, and then they interface with SEDCOR. I believe they also have a SEDCOR representative as well. Their budget's much larger, but they do have that component in-house, and that person is responsible for really not only working with the traded sector, working with industry, working with Main Street businesses, but also responding to the goals of the commissioners and what they would like to see. I think our frustrations around the SEDCOR work have been fairly consistent, at least in the past 2 years, from what I've heard. It's that there's quite a bit of focus on Marion County. A lot of these projects are coming out of Marion County, and SEDCOR is more of a regional focus anyway, so that includes Marion County. We've also sort of had some struggle with, focus on things that we aren't necessarily prioritizing. I'm just bringing up Newburgh as an example, as opposed to other industry goals that we might have in the county. And it's a lot of money, right? We're paying what, $12,000 a month for this contract. It's a lot of money. So I think I am looking for kind of a bigger bang for our buck on this. And this is something that I was going to bring up in more detail in January when we go through our strategic planning sessions, but I do really think it would be beneficial to have someone who works for the county, who is the face of our business and economic development, interacting with every city, calling up businesses in Portland that are leaving because of the crime and all of what's going on there and saying, hey, we're open for business, come here. So really kind of an all of the above position. I don't feel like that's what we're getting from SEDCOR, and I apologize. I meant to connect with Abisha this week. She had a family emergency come up, so we didn't get to connect, but Abisha and I have had these conversations as well. So
are you, Chair, are you saying that in the absence of Abisha being here to kind of help answer these questions, are you saying that she's doing work in Marion County rather than doing work in Yamhill County?
Well, we have quarterly updates, quarterly reports, and a lot of the work that is reported is sort of a regional focus, right? it's stuff that's going on in Marion County or Polk County.
Can you
I just
provide
think
some
that,
specifics. I can't think of anything.
well, we're talking about Yamhill County. And we've had issues before with, deliverables in Yamhill County. And I just haven't seen that. I don't think it's worth the $12,000 a month. I think we can do a lot more with that kind of budget in-house.
I wanted to, and
Yeah.
just on what Chair Bershauer was saying, I know that I'm going back to what we used to see in terms of the quarterly reports. We had a lot more, I would say, touch points, a lot more local focus with our prior arrangement. And then when looking at the quarterly reports, there was an awful lot of information about what other people had done, but the deliverables, I won't even use the word deliverables, but the quarterly report did not, it was frustrating because we didn't see the detail about what SEDCOR or our particular representative was doing for Yamhill County per our contract and per a $12,000 a month check. And I know that we've had these discussions as looking at the quarterly reports. I've been wondering what it is that $12,000 got us. And I know that some of these things are projects that are in the works. They're behind the scenes. There's a lot of, non-disclosure with businesses and things like that.
Mhm.
But I think it's important, if we do have a contract with someone and we are expending taxpayer dollars, that we are able to show what we're getting for that. And I feel like, and it's really easy to sort of to conflate what does a chamber do and that work, and what does an economic development regional representative do, county specific. And what I'm seeing is that we should have that nexus and we should have that connection. One of the things I would bring up is we had a letter from Marion County, and they're bringing up a recommendation that we implement a rural industrial tax exemption program.
Mhm.
We have
I
been
was going to bring that up.
yeah, and the commissioners have each individually been contacted by a local industry that's looking for some county involvement in an expansion project. Those are the types of things where we individually have a visit from business, then we go to our administrator, and then our administrator has to ferret out the details, for instance, with Business Oregon, Regional Solutions. And then we have to, is our SEDCOR representative involved? So I think we could close the loop on a lot of this and streamline a lot of the work by having somebody who's going to be addressing some of these issues, because I feel like we're all working on them separately and bringing Ken into it, bringing our assessor into it. And it's just an awful lot of it's like a labyrinth. I would like to see more of somebody who's not only dealing with, so for instance, we had, you mentioned the restaurants, those are mostly in cities and during COVID. And what we came up with was, since the county is the one that sends out the renewal for the restaurant licenses, what can we do at this level to deal with our restaurant licenses? So that was another county touch point within the various city jurisdictions. I just think we can do a lot more effective work if we have somebody who works for Yamhill County in our organization.
If I may, because there's
Yeah,
there's
that'd
a
be great.
lot
Thank
of discussion and before we get too far, because I did want to take just one step back and just a reminder that the current agreement that we have with SEDCOR and the scope of work and the priorities that they're working on was based on the RFP and the work that the board, I'm trying to remember what year that was. That was either 2017 or 2018.
It was approved in 18. I know that.
Is so the scope of work and the decision to bring in an outside contractor to provide economic development services were based on that scope of work and that request for proposal process that was done. And as a result, from the proposals that the county did receive and getting through the vetting process, and then SEDCOR was contracted. And so we've been operating under a contract with SEDCOR since 2018. And there's been several extensions, and a reminder of the last extension that was approved was through June of 23 with a date, or it was in February, that the board was going to convene in a work session with SEDCOR and everyone to consider options and have a discussion on whether or not that June 30 was going to be the end date, and SEDCOR needed to start closing out projects and start, and then also to discuss the alternatives. So just kind of talking about where we're at now, because I really want to be careful about, unless there's concerns that we think that SEDCOR is not performing their obligations of I think that has a little bit different path that we're going down and concerns. And if that's something that I need to speak with Eric and Abisha about directly, I can do that. I just want to be careful that, they bring the reports, and if there's things that you feel that you're not getting in return, or they're not consistent with the agreement or the contract, that's something that Christian and I can look at that agreement and look at that contract and have the conversations and follow up with SEDCOR directly. The other part that I would put out there is considering, I think no matter what, whether, and I was preparing to have this discussion possibly later, especially once we get into budget or into the new year, is keep in mind that if there's thoughts about bringing a position in-house, an economic development program in-house and not contracting, I would really want to emphasize and highly recommend that we don't necessarily just concentrate and look at whether it's a position or contract position. I think we first need to take a step back and look at what the scope of work, what the goals are, what direction we want to apply. Because then that gives me the guidance of being able to recommend, well, how this would work. If the goal or policy is you want to see going certain directions, that might not be conducive with a county employee type position, because there are some limitations, when you start getting into things that may involve, political activity or lobbying or things like that. There's some
Unit member.
Right. There's some limitations that I have to look at.
Mhm.
Not saying that we can't have it in-house. It really depends on the scope of work. And so if it's a scope of work and we're looking at a program coordinator type position, it really depends on that scope of work. And then I can speak more, provide more of an informed recommendation. Yeah, I think this is consistent with an inside, with a county position that could serve in this role and deliver on the scope of work that the board wants. And so I just wanted to, before we go too far into kind of the discussions, I just wanted to take a few moments and highlight some of that.
So what did our former in-house, what was that position structured as?
I don't think we've ever had an
There was
in-house.
a grant that was made available for a person for a time period. And then that grant ended, and I believe that Commissioner Starrett and a group put together, here's our priorities, and then put together an RFP from that. Is that?
From the grant.
So we had $60,000. I don't know if it was a grant, but it was, I think we were using our video lottery dollars or something along the lines of paying for that position. It was a part-time position with SEDCOR, and it was sort of a half-time position. And
But we were, if I remember correctly, the county was paying SEDCOR, and this position was a SEDCOR employee,
Right.
not a county employee.
it was an in-house, it was SEDCOR, but it was part-time, and it was more, again, there was a lot more local emphasis. And one of the things is, I think that when what you're referring to, Ken, is something we would need to really flesh out in a more detailed discussion. But I think what I'm looking at right now is the bigger question is that we can end this contract and then begin, because again, every month we're writing a check. And I'm feeling like when I look at those quarterly reports, There's been a deficit of specifics. There's been a deficit of information. We've had these discussions. It's not like this is the first time we've had to address this. And what I'm saying is that, again, we continue to write these checks and we continue to move this process along. And I would like it to, my preference would be for an in-house economic development person that does a lot of the county touch points and some of the things I just referred to. So my recommendation is that we not renew our contract and not wait till June to have more and more discussions. And we're still writing checks and here we are again. So that's what I'm saying is we need to stop the bleeding.
So
Um,
you're the economic development liaison, so I don't know.
well, I'm not really worried about, can we have an in-house person? Plenty of other counties have them. So we can certainly go and have conversations and ask them how they set up their departments. And, that doesn't really stress me out. It's the scope of work. What would we want them to do? And I see that conversation happening in January when we talk about our strategic planning goals. I'm just curious. So Christian, I don't know. The contract is through June. But we have let's say we decided to cancel. What does that look like?
30 days notice. You'd only have to give them 30 days notice and then the contract would terminate.
Okay.
And then the amendment that Ken was talking about from earlier this year, it extended it through June. And then the language reflects that would come back in February and talk about transitioning if it didn't appear as though the county was interested in extending it beyond June of next year. But there's always been a 30-day termination notice provision in the contract.
So I have two specific observations. One, Commissioner Starrett brought up, and another one is one that I was asked recently, hey, what's the status of this? We had, as part of, I believe it was part of the most recent update, a conversation about the ag industrial exemption. And that was, I thought, fairly robust. My recollection of it was that there was not an interest in moving it forward at the Board of Commissioners level. And forgive me if I'm misremembering. And that the board, a majority of the board, wanted to hear more information on CPACE regarding how much staff time before taking the next step in conversations. I know that those are both areas that Abisha has come to me and asked, hey, what's the status? When's the next presentation that I can do on it? Have you brought it up? So those are two big things that are, one is just for the unincorporated areas really, and the other one is for everybody, right? So I just want to note that those are two that Abisha and Sedcor have done work on behalf of the county based upon, I think, direction from the board.
No, that I have no argument with that. I'm bringing this up as an example because we just received this letter this week from Marion County where they're kind of like nudging us, hey, this is a good idea. So I'm using this as an example of one of the things that that could be addressed in-house if we had a person in-house, hey, you would take a look at this along with the business that came to us individually and wanted some assistance. I use those as just examples of things that are Yamhill County centric. I do have some concerns about the lack of, with the quarterly reports, the lack of specific information that was specific to this contract and not what other people had done. I think we've had those conversations and I am not interested in waiting until February to have a conversation about, because again, when I think about continuing to write these checks, my preference would be, I feel disappointed in the work that has been done. And it's not something I haven't shared with Ken for a number of months. And I have specifically detailed individual quarterly reports and said, what, that there is a deficit here. This is not something I haven't brought up with specifics pointed out. So the larger discussion here has to do with that. And
Sure.
it's not like I haven't been looking at this going, hey, how come this isn't giving us more information along with, because what we did was, when we did that RFP, it was a real horse race between MEDP and SEDCOR. And
My
at the
memory.
time, Jody Christensen was doing some amazing work with MEDP, very proactive. And I was very impressed with the engagement with the county. And I thought, maybe that's our person. Maybe that's the way to go. And so it was a real close, I think they could have done some good work. SEDCOR was the better choice at the time. I don't feel that that's what's transpired. So again, I'm just voicing what I've voiced to our administrator for a long time.
I have a different recollection of those two programs.
Oh, great.
Both CPACE and the Rural Industrial Tax Program came from businesses who wanted us to adopt them. Came from conversations and meetings that we had individually with some of those businesses. And CPACE, from what I recall, was something that was coming from the hotel in McMinnville that is wanting to go in with a specific request. I don't remember that coming from Abishaw directly or being presented in that way, but so we have a difference of recollection there.
And
Well, I
I
mean-
confess, I haven't seen the thing from Marion County, but I'll just go on the record and say, I don't think that this is a good idea, the ag industrial exemption. I don't think it fits Yamhill County, but I know that there's at least one organization that wants it, and that's fine.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to talk
Okay,
about
that's
that
good.
today. I just want to say, hey, this came this week
Yeah.
and this would be something along with the business that came to us. These would be the things we put on this person's
Fair
list
enough.
and say, hey, do the legwork that sometimes requires going to the assessor's office, going to Business Oregon. And that's something our administrator is doing now.
Well, from my perspective, I would,
But I did loop in Abishaw.
Right.
On,
Right.
yeah, so I mean, so there are times where things do come to my desk and then, again, like a lot of other things, depending on the topic or issue, that I do work to delegate and have those conversations. I'll admit that, I do get inquiries. In fact, I can think of one, there's an engineering firm that reached out here last week looking for some information related to a federal program. And I sent that to Abishaw, and Abishaw was right on it, scheduling the meeting and doing those things. So there are elements that when there are things that come to me, I delegate it much in the same way I would if there was a planning topic, I would send it to Ken, or if it's a road issue, I would send it to Mark. So yeah.
well, I think what we have to weigh is the cost, the monthly costs that we're paying versus, if this is sort of at least what it appears to be a majority of the board going forward has a desire to switch it up and bring it in-house and establish that likely early next year, because that's really when we're going to go through those strategic planning conversations with Kit as well.
And again, I would really emphasize, and really is a good starting point, and I'd be happy to share those materials or compile it, is take a look at the original RFP and a lot of the scope of work related to that. Because there were some policy decisions I really want to advocate for that. We should really be looking at it on what the ultimate goal is, what you want to see as a policy or a direction for economic development, what that means to define that. Because if we're strictly looking at hiring an economic development position based on what a job description looks like in other counties, that doesn't really, we could end up in this same scenario that commissioners are then expressing frustrations to me that we're not, that position's not delivering on the priorities and that the board would like to see and the workload that the board would like to see. So again, I really think it's important to look at it from a policy direction, what you envision, what economic development means. And then I'm able to develop a program and a position to support that if the emphasis is you really want to see it come in-house. But I need to have some kind of clear direction because I think everyone knows that there's challenges in shifting directions once you have kind of a fully formed job description and you have someone holding that position and the challenges around that. It's a little bit different than a 30-day termination notice in a contract. It has a different shape and feel, and that's why I think it's really important to maybe look at some of the past priorities, discussions, and this could even be something that we could direct SEDCOR under the current contract to help to bring resources available and some other examples of what this could look like long-term. And whether that drives another RFP or a budgetary decision that we're going to want to bring this more in-house, and then I'm going to proceed with filling a position. I still think that even I would struggle. What's the priority? What's the focus that this position is going to work on? And I think that's where I think the work really needs to happen at this point, because if it's like traded sector versus more working with chambers or, all the different terms, economic development's a very broad term, there's a lot of things that fall under that. So, again, I just want to emphasize, and if there's information that I can share, if I oversaw the RFP. So I have all that information readily available. I can share that, including the scope of work and the proposals that were submitted and some of those other items for the board to take a look at if you're interested.
With that in mind, I think that the details of what we're looking for, I think the broader perception is that I'm speaking for myself here. I have had some, and I am not the economic development liaison, so I don't know about some of the back channel discussions. I'm looking at it from what I get as a commissioner regarding the quarterly reports, what I get to look at compared to what I'm looking at work. I've said this before, I'm looking at work that's been reiterated on a quarterly report that other people have done. So we can talk about, let's go back to the RFP. I am saying I am not happy with the current situation. And my preference would be, and the details we can work out about what it looks like, which is more of a touch point, but to continue to say we're going to keep working on it's like if you go to a dry cleaner and you get your clothes back and they still have spots on them, we're going to go to the same dry cleaner. Now, this is not to disparage SEDCOR. This is to say that at this particular point, I don't think that this is anything that's being especially effective for economic development, and the climate is changing. And I think we need to get a little more aggressive and a little more hands-on in the county. And so
And
it has to
Chair,
do
I
with the
wonder,
contract.
sorry, so it sounds like for you, it's, you want to terminate the contract. It's not just related to the quarterly reports and whether they might be revised or not, but it's really about, that you think that the priorities that you expressed in the RFP have changed, and you want to acknowledge that the world has changed. Is that not accurate?
Well, I think all of the above. I think that
Okay.
I have concerns about the work that has been presented.
Mhm.
I think I have concerns about what's been offered to us in those reports. I have concerns about how we can expand, traded sector is one big piece of it,
Mhm.
but it's not all of it. And Yamhill County is a small county and it has the specific needs. We can look at supply chain work that was done years ago with our part-time person, really hands-on, more supply chain, a lot of what we've seen in this latest, these grants. So I guess the bottom line is, without getting into the details of how we're going to craft this position, I am looking at this as not fiscally particularly responsible in terms of bang for our buck, and just would consider ending this contract.
Chair,
Just real quick, when I had a conversation with Abisha, when some of these frustrations were coming through over the past few months, she was very clear. She is not a Main Street business person. That's not her job. That's not what we asked them to do. It was very focused on traded sector, manufacturing, all those things, which is important. But I do think that, at least the majority of the board seems to want to shift based on what our expectations might be going forward, based on really kind of what happened with COVID as well. And without getting into, a broader discussion, I really think that what I've seen is Abisha has been sort of hamstrung by some other policies, whether it be statewide policies or local policies on a city level, that kind of constrain the growth. And that's not her fault. It's not our fault, but we've said this before, how we would desire to have someone who's much more flexible, nimble, and directly accountable. And I think that I'm not under any illusion that we expected her to do Main Street business type stuff. But what I'm saying is, in the future, I want to see an economic development director that is all of the above, that is more hands-on.
Well, Chair, I do have great concerns about what I hear is a proposal to replace chambers with the model, the membership model, which I recall at a budget meeting, you extolled the membership model for chambers before you were commissioner. Yamhill County paying out of video lottery dollars for somebody in-house to take the role of a chamber president or CEO or government relations person seems like a bad idea and a really good place for conflict, and also for kind of stripping away members from chambers. And maybe that's what happens.
I don't know where you got that. I have not even mentioned chambers.
And the reason why I say that is that chambers and downtown associations, economic, like Newburgh has one, Yamhill has one, Sheridan has one, Amity has one, McMinnville has one. When you say Main Street, and that's what, at least what I hear, is what the downtown associations and the chambers do. And I've heard many times from Abisha when I've gone to her with a, hey, is this something that we can help this person or business or organization with? She's very careful to be like, that's not a traded sector. I can direct them to, resource X, but my job by contract is traded sector. And sometimes I'm surprised by what is and what isn't traded sector, but I trust her on that. The other thing is that the directly accountable comment has concerns from me, because what I hear is somebody who's not under Ken. And so then I just wonder, like, direct accountability would be a person who reports directly to the Board of Commissioners.
Well, no, because would this position be in admin and then directly accountable to Ken as
Sure.
an employee? But then again, every department head, if you will, is in some way guided by, at least you talk about tangentially, by policy that the board has put in place.
Yeah.
So it would be someone who kind of lived in Ken's world, if you will. And so I don't see this as being at odds with any of that. I see it as taking an awful lot off Ken's plate and giving the commissioners that touch point when we do Because in the old days, what it was people would come to each commissioner,
Yeah.
businesses and all over the county and city, rural, whatever. And they would come to the commissioners and we would decide on grants. We would decide on everything one by one individually. It got to be a bit much, and it was also could be very liable to a conflict of interest.
Right.
You know, when you had a
Mhm.
commissioner who had a meeting with someone who's like, hey, you know,
Mhm.
I think that's why we went the route we went when we did the RFP and MEDP and SEDCOR were, as I said, in that horse race.
Mhm.
That turned out to be a good thing. And in the beginning it was, and all things are, but then all things I think have that, you know, whether it's that entropy or something that comes as a result of, we watch a process and we see what works and what doesn't work, and we also keep up with it. And that's why I think it is time for us to think in terms of refining this to where we have more of a Yamhill County component. And traded sector is a huge part of it, but I don't think it's all of it.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand a little bit more.
Yeah, I've never said anything about replacing chambers, so I'm not sure where that came from, but I do want someone who is more all-inclusive. So if we decide to do this, I'm assuming that out of the strategic planning sessions and those discussions in January, we would have a better idea of what the expectations would be, what the scope of work would be. And then from that point, what's the process of potentially bringing somebody on? Is it in terms of timeline, or, you know, is this something where we couldn't have someone for 3 months, or what does that look like?
Well, again, I think it depends on the discussions and on the direction it's going to go. And I mean, if you're just asking basically what it takes to go from drafting a job description, standing up a position, doing the recruitment, and then filling the position in light of the current job market, that's a really good question. I can't give a definitive number. I will say for even some of our more regular positions, it can be at minimum a 6 to 8 week, even up to 12-week process to go from developing a position, recruiting, and that's for an existing position, and it takes time to get through the interviews and the process. I again, you know, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, I'll just emphasize that in order for me to develop a program and fill a position, I'm going to need some more parameters or some more feedback on what the program is going to look like. And that doesn't necessarily, you know, because a lot of times when you're doing a strategic planning session, you're talking more about common goals that the board may have for the next year. It doesn't necessarily get into the details of how you're going to implement those objectives under each of that. That would be kind of a next step in the process. And then based on that, because I still have to look at how we're going to fund the position, what the position is going to look like. I have to work with HR on the classification, the office. There's a lot of elements that go into creating and filling a position. And especially for a position like this, where goals and priorities may change depending on current economic conditions, and having the flexibility that this person is able to not only meet the policy direction of the board, but also keeping pace with the the business environment and the economic conditions that may be underway. You know, I want to make sure that we have some flexibility around that program. So then if we're having this kind of discussion, it takes a different form when it's not a contractor, but an employee. And so I just want to be really thoughtful in that approach, and my apologies if I keep repeating myself. But I just really want to emphasize that I think further discussion needs to be had on what the board wants to see as outcomes and the direction of economic development. And then we can start building on that and developing a program from that. So it's going to take some time, because I will say if the 30 days notice was given to SEDCOR and we were in that process of closing out that contract, I am not going to be ready to resume economic development with an in-house position by the time that that agreement comes to an end.
Sure.
It's not enough time to do that.
Well, and I'll just add too, I mean, 30 days is the minimum, right? I mean, if the board felt more comfortable with 45 or 60 days or some longer period, that's up to the board too.
He's looking at you like, oh, more.
We don't have to have, this is not like, we're not going to have a sheriff or we're not going to have an administrator. We can have a vacant economic development. There can be a vacancy there because it's not one of those core functions. What I'm saying is that we continue, and I fully agree with you. The details have to be fleshed out, and that's not the purpose of this discussion, because I think it's going to require an awful lot of input from all the commissioners to be able to say, what does it look like to you? And then refining it. That's not part of this discussion. This discussion is, I'm trying to bring forward my frustrations, my concerns, and my desire for moving forward. Moving forward isn't going to necessarily be, plug and play. These are all things as you articulated, but I think we need to start with this step.
And Chair, I would just suggest that if there's interest in making a decision soon or very soon, that we actually invite the public and businesses, both who might feel like they haven't been served, but businesses that have been served by SEDCOR and Abisha in that role. I think that would be helpful. We have discussion of Yamhill County economic development options on this. That's pretty generic to be making a decision. And I say that because I know that there are businesses who are currently working with Abisha through her contract with us, who will no longer be having that, what you call the touch point. And I would be interested in hearing from them about how they feel, one, about not having anybody at the county who knows anything about it, and two, to lose the person that they have been working with.
Well, Abisha has stated that she will work collaboratively with whoever we choose or whatever we choose to do if it's not SEDCOR. So I just wanted to put that there.
Well, what
I
I'm
also
saying is
think
if
that
there's a gap.
I also
there's
think that
nobody.
this is an executive decision. It's not, a public hearing. This is something that we're choosing to do based on the needs of the county and what we see in terms of what's best for economic development. Some of the things that we witnessed that are not up to par. So I'm not in favor of just making this a big public hearing.
Yeah, you don't want to hear from people who are working with her, and I totally understand that.
That's not what I
Okay.
said, Commissioner. And there's nothing preventing her from continuing to partner with those people, but she is also committed to that if the board makes a change and decides on a different direction, that she'd be willing to collaborate and help that process.
And we do have a membership with SEDCOR that we will retain. So we'll retain that relationship.
Mhm.
And again, one of the things Christian and I talked about was what is in the pipeline that we would need to look at, what's left to work on, what's still being worked on, and then go from there. But it's not going to just immediately stop because we do have a contract. We do have a membership with SEDCOR. So to make the presumption that we don't care about the businesses that are currently working with SEDCOR, I think is a mischaracterization of the intent here. The intent here is to have more communication, closer work with those businesses, and the state traded sector portion of that can be addressed through SEDCOR. And that is what their strong suit is. But I don't think that is what should completely encompass what we're doing here economic development wise. And so I am not in favor of basically trotting people in here to say, hey, this has been a great relationship for me, because I understand there has been. I understand that there have been businesses that have benefited. That's not the purpose. And it is an executive decision. It's not something that is going to be a popularity contest. And so I think that we can continue this discussion when we have strategic planning, and then when we drill down on what economic development will look like for the new board.
So I would just add that nowhere did I suggest that you don't care about businesses. I heard that you have concerns about businesses, which is why I'm hearing that that's why you were bringing this forward. But since we are representatives of our community, I think it behooves us to hear from them before making the decision. But I also recognize that you're ready to make that decision.
Well, I've heard from businesses and I've heard from constituents, and I'm not going to pit people who have had good experiences against people who haven't. That's not the purpose of this. And the purpose is not to in any way disparage SEDCOR. They have done some good work for us. I think it's time to move into a different direction. And that's really all this is about.
Yeah.
Well, I think if the majority of the board is pretty clear on changing direction, whether the details are worked out or not, I see that happening in January, but I'm not in favor of just continuing to make the payment if we know that this is a decision we're going to make. The question is, what is the most beneficial in terms of a notice? 30 days puts us at mid-January. So we will be in the beginning part of that conversation in mid-January as to strategic planning. What do we want this department to look like? What are the goals? What are the deliverables? Is that sufficient? And understanding that from there, it could be another 2 months before a director is hired.
But the discussion with Christian was, okay, we have, legally per the contract, it's 30 days. But is that the best option in terms of what work is still being done? Do we even know that?
Yeah, I don't know that I can speak to that. I mean, it is the minimum.
We don't.
There's going to be some transition certainly that's going to be required to allow for the county to receive information from SEDCOR for SEDCOR to be able to wind those projects down, and I'll let Ken elaborate on that.
Supply chain.
It's a lot of open questions. I'm not really prepared this morning to even
Mhm.
put a timeline to it. Yeah. Because even at this point, I in preparation, because I know we've been having discussions about various options, but I also was not prepared that we'd be potentially coming out of this meeting and putting SEDCOR on notice, and so yeah, I'm not ready. I can't even really give a timeline or a definitive answer on what that's going to look like, because I don't, again, we haven't really had in-depth discussion on what you want this program to look like at the end.
So if we were to get an idea of what they are still working on that they would be able to share with us, my understanding is that they will give us that information.
Mhm.
So if they will give us that information, we can, once we have that, we can either determine whether it's going to be 30 days or 60 days.
Well, and in fairness to SEDCOR, I think they've been always preparing. I don't know where they're at in the preparation, but they've had on their calendar that in February, they were getting ready to come and have that very discussion.
Yeah, I talked
With
to
the
Eric about
board.
that the other day.
And that's in February, that we had on the original. And I know that doesn't, I'm just pointing out that's what was in the agreement and that's what they have on their radar.
Yeah.
I could reach out to them and say, you know what, this has been expedited and we're going to move this conversation up, because we need to know exactly what's in the works, what needs to be closed out. I have questions around the status of the EDAC. There's an advisory council that was put together. is there, a question to throw out there? Does the board want to see EDAC become an advisory committee, much like some of our other committees? Or, I haven't had this discussion with Eric or Abisha.
But the idea and the concern has been something we've had discussions about. And then the other thing was, what were they working on? And that was information that we were still, it was pending, the timeline here. So
Yeah, and I
it's
think-
not like the first time this has been brought up.
No, but
I
I think,
think in this context, it kind of has, I think when the last time that Abishad, because I reached out and I asked, hey, we haven't scheduled a quarterly report in quite some time, and I made sure that we got that on the agenda, and she came and gave her report. I didn't really couch it as, the board has concerns about what you're working on and you need, that's a different conversation. So I just want to be clear that that's not a conversation that I've directly conveyed to Abishad. We've had meetings in the past where I have conveyed specific concerns that have been brought forward and asked about not missing the quarterly reports and having these conversations. Especially last spring, we had a lot of conversations around the contract renewal, but and so I've conveyed that information. And if the board is not happy with the work product or some of that information, they're going to watch this meeting and hear that feedback as well.
and if memory serves, I think the purpose for the discussion in February was around whether or not the contract would be continuing beyond June. So the expectation, I think, from them could be that, well, if it's not going to continue beyond June, then we'll use that time between February and June to prepare the transition, not that the contract would necessarily have ended prior to June. And if the board's thinking now is that you'd like to end it earlier, then we can, have that discussion with SEDCOR and see how that might shift or change what they need to do in the remaining time.
But they're also aware with some of the conversations that we had that there may be earlier conversations because we are considering whether or not that this becomes in the future an in-house position or if it's a new RFP that has a revised scope of work and those elements as well. So they are aware, and I've had those conversations in the past. So
Well, it's not inconsequential, though, the money we're spending on this. We're talking about over $60,000 if we sort of wait until June. So that doesn't feel right either. If there's significant concern about the work product, or if the board is truly behind switching gears here. So I'm going to request that we move this to next week. And I'd love to see some type of update, and I can talk to Abishai about this, but some type of update on what's pending, what kind of work is pending. I know we just went through supply chain grants.
Right.
Um,
That'd be good to get. an
but what
update.
else is out there?
We have non-disclosure concerns as well with businesses who can report to Abishai, but couldn't report to us. So we have to keep that in mind when we're crafting a position, which I completely understand. I've taken that into account, and there are ways around that. And I've had that conversation with Kristen too, but I would like to see what she's working on.
I would just remind the board that I'm not going to be, I'm going to be out of town next week, so I won't be available for the discussion. And if there is going to be some type of direction that's coming down that I need to develop some type of position within the organization, I'd like to be part of that conversation. So if possible, if we could target the first meeting in January, I would appreciate it. But I also recognize that if the board wants to expedite that, I'm sure Justin can cover for me and he can give me an update when I return.
Well, let's, at least shoot for next week in terms of what's pending. And maybe Justin, if you are available, you could be here, but I hear your concerns, Ken. I would just
It'll
like
keep it
to,
moving.
yeah, I'd
Right.
keep it moving forward. Let's just talk about and see what's pending. Okay. So with that in mind, we will move item I5 to next week, the 22nd. And before we get into public hearings, I do want to take a break. I'm thinking about a 10-minute break. We've been here for a couple hours, so we will come back around 11:40.
Thank you.
Thanks. Because I'm out of water.
Out of water.
Thank you. Oh, no. I have time.
Are you going to go across the
Yeah,
street?
I have time.
Good choice.
Okay, it is 11:41 and we are coming back into our formal agenda at the point of public hearings. Our first public hearing is docket number C-27-18/SDR-34-18. A request for an extension of a conditional use and site design review approval to site a commercial solar facility consisting of approximately 10 acres. The applicant is Manchester Solar LLC. And this is continued from November 10th, 2022 at the point of staff recommendation.
Yes. This is an unusual case and in making the decision, I was relying on board order 00-514 related to interpreting substantial construction and substantial development. And I'm relying on that because that's what the previous board has directed me to do. The applicant is asking you not to rely on that interpretation, but to rather make a new interpretation that they have initiated development action under Yamhill County Zoning Ordinance 402.08A. And I think it's up to the board to interpret whether development action has been initiated based on the evidence submitted. As far as the vesting, which is really the board order 514, I really don't believe they've made their case. I was a bit surprised that when the record was reopened, the applicant submitted a number of receipts and just presented it as though all of those receipts applied. The policy actually requires an analysis of the type of expenditures, the ratio of expenditures to the total cost, the good faith reliance of the landowner, and similar factors. And I've reviewed the costs associated with the project, and there are some that we have not previously counted. For example, legal fees, lease payments to the property owners. We do count costs like design, engineering, building plans, building permits, and access acquisition. But at this point, I think it's up to the board to decide whether they have initiated development action, whether that applies.
So can, in their letter, their final rebuttal, if you will, there was a reference made to total project cost is approximately, the ratio is 1:6:1 or 1:6. Is that right? 1:6?
Yes, I believe so.
So how does what you just said kind of change that or play into that?
I think they're counting some things that they can't count, or that at least previously we have not counted. Now, there are things that are unique to this project that not previously had, like the $150,000 for the interconnection payments to PG&E. I think if you did count that, you might be able to reach that threshold. But is that development, or is that some sort of preparatory cost? And I think the board could interpret that expenditure is allowed and consider this to be vested. But I think that's a decision that the board needs to make. I'm going by what we have done in the past based on the board order. So.
And do we have a good sense of the timeline of when these expenditures were made? I know I saw a letter that says, well, I've been hired to do such and such, whatever contract, but there was no date on it, which is extremely unusual for that to happen.
And I think that's one of the reasons why I don't believe they've made their case that, some of these expenditures are outside of that. And I think that they were trying to present that, hey, this is impressive. We've spent all this money. Well, some of it, like I said, I don't think some of it applies. I think it's up to them to make the case that they are vested. There's probably enough there that you might be able to conclude that they're vested. But they're really focused on that they've initiated development action. And that's really what they're asking the board to decide. Have they initiated development action?
Okay. Yeah, questions for Ken?
Yes, thank you, Ken. This one is difficult because it's, you don't want to be nitpicky and say, well, you didn't, because that's what other counties do. And I know that you've been great. Your team's been great about getting people to yes. And yet we also want to be respectful of folks who have done it by the book, so to speak. But there's a couple of things. Now, to me, the catch point was the receipts that weren't submitted. So there were an awful lot, but they weren't submitted. And then they were sort of, I want to say, after the fact. And so there's that piece. And then when you talk about the lease payments and the legal fees as not being something that we've typically used as a criterion before, those are the two elements that I am concerned about. And then there's just a lot of different mitigating circumstances that were like, well, we did, but we didn't hear about it, and the letter went here. And so there's a lot of that. And you always want to give grace, okay, when it comes to red tape and stuff. Well, I didn't get this in time, that type of thing. But it's also, this is a difficult one.
Any technical type questions for Ken?
No, I was just gonna say that
Clarification.
I was just gonna say thank you for helping us understand this kind of along the
Mm.
way. And also for providing a little bit of like, well, a squishy recommendation.
Yeah. it is.
Because I think that I just want to, I would acknowledge that I think that you're correct in that it really does need to end up being ultimately a decision of the board.
My dad always told me one person's red tape is another person's due process of law. And,
Sure.
you know, there are people that are affected by this in the neighborhood. They have a certain expectation. This, you know, developer is affected by this. They have a certain expectation. And so, you know, I am happy to leave this in the board's hands, capable hands.
Well, and just for a quick history, we haven't had one of these come forward in a long time, right?
Do you mean a solar?
Solar,
install or-
Well, even a, you know, well, I consider this to be kind of a substantial development. They consider it to be initiating development, but no, we have not had something like this where the law has changed. We have someone that asked for an extension. It's after the fact, and then they're asking for a, you know, basically a different interpretation than we've made previously.
Mhm.
and the board issued a kind of a moratorium, if you will, on solar installments.
Yeah, what they did is they required that if you're going to be on high value, class 1 through 4 farmland, that you have to go through the acceptance process, which is difficult to do.
Mhm.
And I at least for, this is probably for deliberation, sorry. At least for me, as I'm understanding this is, I keep trying to remind myself at least that this isn't really a solar, this isn't a solar application. This is a, have they met the standards?
Okay.
At least as I'm understanding it, right, is that have they met the standards for a vested right for substantial initiation of
Mhm.
development.
And in the last,
But it's valuable, I assume, because of the moratorium.
sure, but in the last, whenever we heard this last time, November, I suppose it was early November, there was a question around the expenditures, because we hadn't really seen those. Do you, well, I guess I'm not sure what my question would be. Do you feel satisfied in terms of what was produced that that criteria has at least been met? Because some of it seemed like it was kind of provided at the last minute as a rush type thing. And I don't know, is that your sense, Ken, that a lot of this was new and it was just kind of coming in at the last minute?
Yeah, it was
Speed
new. I
version.
don't
Yeah.
want to characterize it as last minute, but
Okay.
because of the way that there wasn't a hearing previous to this and we asked for a voluntary remand, then they had the opportunity to present it. So I you know, I don't think it was it was not something that we had available when I made the initial decision. I was surprised when they had the policy and had the receipts that they, instead of focusing on that, focused on the initiated development action. And so, and I think there's arguments obviously on both sides to show that they've initiated development action, but I think that's up to the board to decide whether they have initiated development action by really more in the way of paperwork, or have they initiated development action on the ground, which one is it? And there are arguments on both sides for, that means you've got to actually have something physically on the ground that you've done. And there's others that have argued that, well, no, you can initiate development action by, applying for permits and going through the design process, which they've submitted some of that information.
May I ask,
Sure.
or do you have a follow-up?
Well, we're kind of tiptoeing into deliberation. So is it?
It's
technical?
directly, yeah, I think it's, it'll help me to
Okay.
understand. So in Friends of Yamhill County's and submittal during the records period, they note that this is a conditional use permit process and not for dwellings. And specifically, it says the Board of Commissioners can and should find that conditional use permits within the EFU zone are subject to the provision for conditional use permits within the EFU zone and not the provisions for dwelling approvals. Does that make sense to you? Do you understand what that argument is? And can you?
Yeah, I think that the provision of 402.08, the argument was that, well, on the heading of it, it talks about the rather be specific, then go by my memory here. In the heading, it says permit expiration dates and declaratory statements for dwelling approvals. Well, that's for the whole section. And, I think Friend's argument is that, hey, this doesn't apply because it is for dwelling approvals. I think it does apply. This 402.08A does apply for other development issues, and just, yeah.
Okay. That concludes the staff recommendation. So I will close the hearing and we will open it up for deliberation. Commissioners, anybody want to kick it off?
I remember when we had another attorney here and when we had these difficult decisions, I would always use the sort of the Solomon reference in splitting the baby. And that wisdom was to say, okay, who is the person who is going to most be impacted by this decision, and what is the wisdom and what is the fairness? And this is like kind of 50-50. This one is really a difficult one, but I think in keeping with the spirit of what Yamhill County does, it might not be, if we're going to basically deny something on the basis of a technicality and cry foul, I don't want to be in that position to do that. Although I do see the argument for saying, no, the conditions haven't been met. So I think in terms of erring on the side of sort of giving that.
We need to have like an honorary hot potato. We pass it around.
Thank you for that. If you don't mind, Chair, or
Sure,
do you want
go
to
ahead.
join in? Okay. I was feeling very much at that like tipping point at the crossroads. And then when I read the letter from Thousand Friends, I felt like it clarified for me. I was like, oh, right. They start out and they say the permit has expired.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Like,
Yeah.
that this isn't, it isn't even really about, is it a solar array or a cannabis kitchen, right? It's just that the permit has expired. And in some ways, like even clarifying it further, I keep thinking kind of the reason why we're here is that both parties in a way agreed with Luba that yes, we would give them a chance to explain that their permit hadn't expired. Essentially like, hey, by the way, we're still here. We've given them that chance to make their argument to us. But I still kind of think that their permit has expired.
Yeah, there's no
And this is-
question about that.
And this is with me likely I likely would have voted with you if I hadn't, if I'd been on the board at the time, right? Like setting aside the solar array question or not. Like, has the permit expired? I think it has expired.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that that part of it is what's kind of surprising to me, because if you are investing all of this money into a project, they knew to get the extension, right? To just have it lapse and assume that, you're vested and you're ready to keep going. That's pretty surprising.
It is. Yeah.
And even though there was an issue around, we didn't get the notice, or it was sent to the wrong address, or whatever that was. I still feel like it's something that with a project like this, you'd be tracking that. So Commissioner Kula, am I hearing from you that that's just sort of, you can't get past that point, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Any of the arguments.
But then I feel like this is probably something you've said, but past is prologue, right? Is that what we see in the past is what we can expect in the future. I also have concerns about, like, okay, so missed deadlines, here's some stuff. I start to worry about what we've seen and how it really relates to the property, and that we're supposed to decide whether there's a vested right in development that's been initiated. Because of, you miss one deadline, you miss another deadline. Yeah, it concerns me, I guess.
So Commissioner, to that, I know in the past, well, you weren't here when we talked about solar arrays and some of the concerns about bonding and making sure that the site was cleaned up and that there was due diligence done in the technology part of it.
I was just out there in the audience, but I did follow. I tracked it
Okay,
all
so
the
you
way
understand what our concerns were at the
Yeah.
time. So is that kind of what you're saying, is if we're looking at this kind of, I'm gonna use the term negligence in terms of dealing with
Mhm.
some of the specifics. If we're looking at that at this point, then we would perhaps have concerns about the back end of actually the implementation of this project.
Yeah, and I think that I think yes, but really in terms of decision-making criteria, I'm still really coming to this as I think that it's expired, and we don't have the authority to say it hasn't expired. Oh, yeah.
I just want to make sure that it's clear, at least for the record, what the scope of the remand was. So first, decide whether or not there's a vested right under 40208, which is the initiated development code. And then if you decide that there is not a vested right, their second argument is that those periods of time when no construction was allowed, which I think was 4 months every year. Whether or not those should be added to the expiration date by default, if that makes sense. So there are two things that the board has to decide today, and those are the two questions. So I think your question is jumping over the
To the
first
second
one.
one,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
just want to
That's a
make
good
that clear.
reminder.
Yes. So.
Okay, so from the time of approval to the end of the extension, it was 2 or 3 years?
Three.
Three.
Total, 2 years was 1 year.
Okay. And I think I know the answer to this question, but I think what I'm curious about is, for my colleagues, how do you view the purpose of having these timelines and these requirements of substantial completion? I mean, there's a reason that we do this, right? And within 2 or 3 years. And then there's a cutoff. And in my interpretation or understanding as to why we do that might be different, but I'm just curious to maybe hear from you.
Well, to me, especially with conditional uses and conditional use, it's really an individual or entity is coming to us and asking for a special deal, right?
Mhm.
And so because it has the potential to, I'm sorry, this is really getting off the approval criteria, but you've asked the question, and I think that it's a fair one, right? It does lead us to the question of whether the evidence goes one way or the other. And I think it's because conditional uses are often ones that have the potential to have a high impact on adjacent properties
Yeah.
that are doing things that are just the normal zoning, right? And so when there's the potential for that, we put boundaries around it, and we also put a timeline on the completion of it. And whether or not it's truly the case, I think that's partly so that neighbors have a sense of certainty in their own
Mhm.
operations,
Mhm.
because it does have the potential to impact them, right? But it's also a matter of, for our county, when we say, hey, you're going to do this and we're going to track you, we're going to make sure the conditions are being met. There's no thing there. But
Okay.
I'm curious what you think.
No, along the same lines and what Ken said about someone's red tape is another person's due process. That's exactly where I was going with that.
Okay.
It feels like the purpose of this is due process for the folks who are impacted. And to kind of put some, bumper lanes on what a conditional use is
Mhm.
and how we're gonna manage that.
I'm reminded, feel like I'm digging real far back, so I probably should have like a potential conflict of interest declaration on it, but that when Baker Rock came to the county and applied for a floodplain development permit, that has a timeline on it from accepting it or the last possible appeal to completing the action. And it's because you're going to do something in the waterway in a zone where there's the potential for impact to neighbors. I thought that was a good example. They had this time frame that they had to do it, which is quite a bit shorter, admittedly, than this one.
Okay.
And all that might not have made any sense except to you and you.
Historically speaking.
Yes.
Well, so the question of a vested right
Mhm.
speaks to not only the permit timeline and the extension, but also substantial completion.
Yes, it does.
I was wondering, Ken, if you had an example of something that, might have been analogous to this. Was there a case that you had that was comparable and had some of the same elements? And I'm sure, and take out the solar array component,
Mhm.
because that really can definitely impact a decision.
Yeah, I think it does.
The ones I'm usually dealing with under the county policy are usually dwellings, a dwelling being constructed on a piece of property, or the person was in the process of putting in a well, putting in a road, applying maybe for a septic permit, but they didn't get it done, and the permit expires, and they're like, whoa, I didn't know, I forgot that the permit expired. And so then we put them into this substantial construction, substantial development analysis, and say, okay, well, show us your receipts, show us that you've done these things. And the fact that they have a mortgage or pay taxes on it, that doesn't really, that's not something that we really consider. The fact that they put in a well and put in a road, or put in began construction on a septic system, those are things that we would consider. So I don't have a very good analogy of a project of this size I only have analogies, you know, I have really analyzed projects that are much smaller in scale. And so I don't think the board has dealt with something of this type ever that in my recollection.
Thank you.
Mhm. And I think that your question is helpful to me about, you know, what's the philosophy behind having these deadlines? And if I go back to that, it's because it's a potential impact that, you know, the county's trying to mitigate and provide some higher oversight to. It's mitigate its potential impact on the ground. And that I'm realizing that for me, at least, that helps me with understanding whether they've, you know, taken the steps to develop it, because there are receipts, right, for expenses. But if we're talking about the impact on the ground, I don't think there's evidence in the record that says like they started developing it by taking action on the ground,
Right. So
which it has the impact. Right?
if we've dealt with dwellings typically in the past, does it mean that I have achieved substantial completion or construction of the project if I went out and got a loan? Or I went out and hired an architect to design my home, or, you know, I researched this, or I did that. I don't know. I think we can argue about that. My instinct tells me that, you know, the way that I would view substantial completion is if there's something being built and installed and it's physically there. And, you know, 3 years is a long time to do that.
I just want to know it's substantial construction.
Construction,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, no, I think I was saying the same thing.
That's how I would interpret that.
Mhm.
Because this isn't a dwelling and because there are so many components preparatory to beginning or completing something like this, it's not just a pour a foundation, you know, put up
Mhm.
4 walls. And there's a whole lot more to it than I understand, or that we typically understand, because it is pretty complex. So I think of those in terms of, you know, preparation for something that leads to, I mean, you have to have this part before you have the beginning ground part, the stuff that's on the ground.
Mhm.
And there seems to be a lot to it. That's the only thing that's difficult to reconcile.
Right, but if I knew I had 3 years to do it, I would have moved. You know?
Yeah.
I would have been moving.
Yeah, I think that there's clearly in both the examples of a house and in the example or the case in front of us, there's obviously an uncertain line between the preparation and substantial, oh no, what is it?
Construction.
Substantial construction. And you know, admit as a farmer that I've initiated and done substantial construction on lots of different things. And I wouldn't think, for me at least, I wouldn't consider it that when I reach out to PGE and I get them, they give me their cool map of where, you know, where my connection is to it, that's me building a pole barn. That's me getting the power drop for any number of things, right? It's not the specific thing that has the potential impact, but it is a development, a feature of development, I guess, right? I feel like I should know this finally.
Yeah.
Been looking through this all morning.
Is 3 years an unreasonable timeline for a commercial solar facility? That I don't know.
I think that's a fair question.
We're all looking to you, but that's not
Yeah.
fair.
And I would say that
I suppose it doesn't matter if it is or not, because that's part of our code.
Yeah.
And that's just. what we
yeah,
have.
that it doesn't that there have been many I guess there's been many arrays in Yamhill County who fit into that window, right? And part of it is if
Okay.
you want the power and you want to get your contract started with PG for your interconnection to the grid, you want to do it as soon as you can, right? Because that's the source of funding for all the other work.
Okay.
And I'm not going to pretend that I understand the tax credits and the clean energy part and all that.
Right. That's pretty complicated.
Yeah.
Well, considering that this is a complicated issue, I do kind of go back to is there still, is there a vested right? Is there a permit?
Mhm.
I'm leaning towards no, just based on what I've seen. And kind of based on the behavior around what occurred during the 3 years and at the point of expiration that the extension was expired. And I agree with Ken Friday that, some of these legal fees, lease fees, we may not have historically considered them, but I wouldn't personally view them as substantial construction or as part of that. I think the folks that live around this property were very concerned when this was approved and expected to see impacts to their property over the course of 2 years and then 3 years. It didn't happen. And so I do view this as also a significant part of their due process. So that's where I'm leaning.
Right. Is that they believed that there was not substantial construction, so therefore the permit was expired. Right.
And I am literally, I have 1 foot on this side of the fence and
Mhm.
1 foot on the other side of the fence. And I see both sides of this and
Mhm.
this,
Yeah.
this is the difficulty. And it's like, it's like, who benefits? Where is the letter of the law, but where does the letter of the law, cut? And who does it cut next?
Yeah.
And I honestly, I could go either way on this one.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely, I feel like I am also there, except for that we have ordinance and language in ordinance, and I feel like it would have to be more, I guess, where the reason why I think I'm on the side of denying it is that we would have to have a much more compelling case, in my view, for new interpretations of our statute. There you go, that our ordinance. I guess that's,
Okay, and what would
Yeah.
that look like in this particular case?
yeah, new interpretations. I guess new interpretations would have to be, a situation, right?
Yeah.
Considering legal fees or whatever.
Yeah, that I would need to see a situation where there was actually something on the ground. I guess that's the beginning to it, right? I don't think that we should use the largeness, the bigness, the enormity of the dollar figure as the determining factor. If that doesn't really get them to actually having construction on the ground.
But what is the benefit to an entity to spend all this money, if not to get to that place?
Mhm.
So in other words, there was a process, maybe it took a bunch of winding turns.
Yeah,
But there was a process and there was significant amount of money expended on behalf of completing this project.
Well, I guess my only comment in response would be they knew what the timeline was. It's not an unending
Mhm.
timeline. There's, 3 years, then extension. And if there was concern over what does substantial construction mean? That's something that should have been fleshed out with during that process, in
Yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah. they should
Because
have
I
gone
wouldn't
to-
want to risk the money.
Mhm.
I wouldn't want to get to the point where, oh my gosh, I'm coming up on 3 years. I've spent all this money. Am I gonna be vested?
Yeah.
And there was no contact, no contact in regards to that question.
Not until, well, okay, there was an extension that was done and they had contacted our office towards the end of the 2 years, realized that they needed an extension. They asked for an extension, we granted it. And then the next timeline, the December was it 14th, I think it was, that they did not ask for it within that time. They actually went into January and then said, hey, we want to do our project. And I told them that they were over their time.
When that happens, I'm sure it's happened to you and you've had people go, hey, I'm, kind of short here on time. What do you think? What do you typically do?
It depends on the situation, like with a building permit for a house, if they haven't applied for it, then we take them through this process of the board order. They show us the expenses and we determine whether or not they have substantial construction or substantial development. And so that's what we typically would do.
I think I'm leaning on Commissioner Chair Burschauer's side on this one, but maybe she's about to go to the middle. Sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying, okay, there was nothing precluding them from applying for building permits within 2-3 years.
Well, and in fact, the record has that they did apply for the electrical permit and we sent them a notice that we needed some more information for that electrical permit to be issued. And they did not submit it, any of that additional information prior to the expiration date.
Okay. So that's step one. You have to have that before you have building permits.
What's the process? I'm sorry. So electrical permit, what other permits would they have needed? Do you recall?
I don't recall there was much more than
Okay.
electrical because
Right.
we were doing structural or.
Yeah, it's a fence and
Yeah.
panels. Right. It's really the electrical.
Which
So
is a key component.
When you don't get that supplemental information, you pretty much just let it go and the onus is on the person seeking the permit.
So for a dwelling, someone would need electrical permit.
Yeah, for a
Septic,
dwelling,
sewer,
you get
whatever.
a septic permit, of course, first land use approval, then
Mhm.
you get a septic permit, electrical permit, building permit, and then like mechanical and other smaller plumbing permits, things like that. So there is there are several steps with putting in a dwelling, just like there are several steps with putting in a solar field.
So if someone with a dwelling request exceeded the deadline and hadn't secured, an electrical permit or whatever, that would be a factor you would consider in terms of have they met that,
Yes.
not just expenses, or I went out and got a mortgage payment. Or
Yeah,
I,
well, and like architectural, building, engineering, or consultants plans, those count. That's in our policy. Grading or leveling, paving or access acquisition, test boring, drilling, or installation of a well or water system,
Okay.
septic tank plans or installation, storing or stockpiling of building materials on the site, things like that. Those are in the policy.
Mortgage loan, not mortgage payment.
And G was moving a mobile or temporary dwelling onto the site after obtaining the necessary permits for use during construction. Obtaining financing from a bank or lending institution, any other substantial effort or investment that indicates intent to develop the site.
Okay. So that's referring intent to develop the site, not substantial construction.
And that's.
That's in our substantial construction policy.
Yeah. Right.
Just to clarify, that's one factor of what would constitute substantial construction. So you can look at that and then if you find that it meets that factor in such a significant way that they meet substantial completion definition based on that factor alone, but you can also look at the other factors in combination.
And at the request of the audience, I do want to say that to support what Jody was saying, it goes on to say no single criterion will necessarily suffice to establish substantial construction or development. Rather, it's the combination of these factors and the sum spent on each that could lead the planning director to make the determination that substantial construction or development has occurred.
Well,
It's
it's a
clear
tough
that
one.
money has been spent, right?
Right.
And that's,
Right.
If the project can't go forward, that is money that's gone, right, for the developer of it. And there won't be an array there, and but I don't, in listening to that, I feel more comfortable with saying that I don't believe that substantial construction, because it's, it's one criteria, and if we're, if that first criteria was really dramatically obvious, it'd say, oh yeah, we should do that. But there's not there wasn't a stockpile of fencing out there, and there wasn't a gravel road going in.
For me, that really is indicative of the interest and the intention to develop the site, regardless of the many missteps along the way. So for me, while you can definitely make the argument by the letter of the law that this G criterion alone doesn't fit the bill and make the thing workable, I don't think it can be discounted. I think there just is so much that happened along the way that is just not definitely not optimal, but for me, I'm going to lean towards that because I think anything else is, yeah, you can make that case, but I don't want to be nitpicky because we just, that's not how this county operates on these types of things, but I definitely see why this could be denied.
So if we determine there is a vested interest or a vested right, is there a timeline that then applies?
I believe it's until. No, I'm gonna let Ken answer that one. I don't, I think it's perpetual at least.
I was going
until-
to say it was
yeah.
perpetual too. I was waiting for you to say that
I believe it's perpetual, but
because then
there
it's,
could be situations.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
yeah,
I mean, if they just abandon it.
exactly, yes.
But
Generally speaking.
yeah,
it
generally
would
speaking, then it
continue.
would be a perpetual thing for them to finish that project.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
Hmm.
it will be worth a lot. In other words. If we decide that.
Well, right, but we touched on due process and
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that meets that standard for surrounding property owners.
Does this mean I'm right in the middle now?
Wonders never cease.
I'm just kind of running through and make sure I have all of my questions answered. Because I do think this is a significant decision, so.
And it's the applicant that retains the vested right if we decide that substantial construction and development has initiated. It's not the landowner, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I think you've done. Probably enough. I don't have it now in front of me because the battery on my computer died and it feels awkward to like go in front and charge my computer. Hey, everybody. But I at least I found the Mulkey letter from Thousand Friends to be pretty compelling in regards to that it shouldn't be our thing.
Just script.
What did you mean?
Oh, no, I was just like,
You don't want Oh.
The Thousand Friends
Oh,
letter.
no, no.
I felt like had a compelling argument for why our ordinance really should that we shouldn't err off of or veer off of our own ordinance about what a substantial construction really does look like. And if we were to decide that, yes, there is substantial construction that has occurred here or substantial development, that leaves them to basically forever to have this right on this parcel. And the implications, so it's not approval criteria, but the implications of that for surrounding landowners are large, frankly.
Yeah.
Because at any moment, designs can change and the technology will change, right? Yeah. But I think that as we look through the receipts that I see preparatory, I've learned about, the difference between design and planning, right? And it really feels like this project is still at the design stage and not at that development stage.
I would agree with that. And the reason I say that is because anytime you endeavor to do something like this, a lot of that work is done ahead of time. You don't just go and lease or purchase a plot of land without knowing what you can and can't do on it. So designing and engineering is not necessarily something that I would contribute to going towards substantial construction or completion. The electrical plans that are referenced the permit was submitted, but it was incomplete and never substantiated, is our understanding. And that is step one before dealing with a building application. I see the interconnection agreement with PGE as really being a preliminary piece, because if you can't do that, you don't have a project. And then the same with, designing grid interconnection. And I'll just go back to my previous statement of, if I knew I had to do this and reach substantial construction in a matter of 2 years, potentially 3, I would make sure that I was going to meet those goals if I'm spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. So part of this kind of makes me scratch my head, because it seems like either, and I'm reading between the lines maybe, but it seems like either, there was a hesitation to move forward, or maybe people changed their minds, or, something happened there, but it's just not consistent with what we've seen through other projects that come before us in terms of folks who understand deadlines and expect to have to work within them. And so, at this point, I don't feel that there's a vested right.
Do you want to make that in the form, to quote Commissioner Starrett, would you like to make that in the form of a motion? And I don't mean to make light of it. It's just that it's a familiar refrain.
You've heard it before.
I have, yeah. And I can do that too, if you want, Chair.
Are we technically upholding planning director's
No,
decision?
nope. So it's a remand. And so his original decision is not what's in front of you. It's a question 1. Do you find that there's a vested right? And then we'll move on to the second part of that once you have made a decision on that motion.
Could you maybe offer what a motion would look like?
Yeah, because that's not, it wouldn't be like deny
Yeah.
or approve
Is
this.
that your-
Yeah.
It's not in your stuff. I would,
Would it be substantial, not substantial construction, therefore not vested, right? Or is it
This
just
is
one of those?
I'm trying to think the best way to word this. So I'm going to keep it simple for the board, and in the findings, I will make it more, I'll elaborate more, but I would say the motion is there a vested right to continue the development of the solar facility? So the motion would be, I move that there is not a vested right to continue I think I understand what you're asking for, that there is not a vested right to continue the development of the solar facility.
Okay.
In the matter of docket number C dash pound, how about pound sign C, because it's not a number, pound sign C dash 27 dash 18 slash SCR dash 34 dash 18. I would move that we do not find there to be a vested right. She's nodding.
To continue this commercial solar facility.
Yeah.
Continue development.
Okay, so.
A vested right to
um,
continue development in case Carolina needs it.
Commissioner Kula has a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? I feel like we could sit here and debate this all day, so.
Well, I have great reservations about the way I'm voting, but I'm going to try to err on that side. So.
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Let the record reflect Commissioner Kula and Commissioner Bershauer voted in the affirmative. Commissioner Starrett voted in the negative. Thank you.
And so now there's actually the second question that you'll have to have additional debate on. The period of time that was, the restriction of construction that was in the original conditional use didn't allow them to have construction during 4 months of the year, I believe, and because of the rain. The question is, should those 4 months from each year be added to the expiration date at the end? So should they be getting an additional 4 months before that conditional use permit would expire? Did that make sense?
And the implication, maybe you're gonna add to this, but what would the implications be of saying yes to that, agreeing to that?
Well, my recommendation would be to not
Okay, yeah.
find that. It was pretty clear that, we intended it for, to be 2 years and then a third year. It was not intended to be lengthened by the construction blackout time. There was nothing in the letter of approval that implied that. We've never interpreted it that way. If you wanted to interpret it that way, then someone could argue, well, we had construction hours on the application, and the hours were from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So really, you're giving us 4 years instead of 2 years, because we can only construct 12 hours a day. And so I don't have any pause in saying that the board should find that that is not the case.
Okay, and just for clarity, the construction blackout times apply to all of these types of.
Well, the construction blackout time was placed on this. Really, the applicant's consultant submitted a soils report. The soils report said that in order to avoid soil compaction, there should be no construction during the winter months. So November through February, there should not be construction on site. And, it was clear in the application, it was clear in the decision, and that there wasn't anything that implied that construction blackout gave them additional months to extend their permit.
Okay, but the genesis was as part of a recommendation
Yes.
that was submitted with the application.
Yes.
Okay, and we've never extended based on this. Okay,
Well, I'm comfortable. I mean, in reading the staff report, that was the conclusion I came to too, is there was full knowledge all the way along that there was this blackout period,
Mhm.
or this non-construction period. And that's important. And clearly the applicant understood that to be important. So I would move that we do not, I know I'm trying to, sorry,
No.
I should have had this written down.
The motion would be do
Deny
not
the
extend the
request.
expiration date by the construction blackout
Yeah.
period.
Yeah, so I would move that we not extend the expiration date of the construction period by the blackouts. We do not include the blackout periods to extend it.
okay,
And there's a furrowed brow on Carolina. Do you? Yeah. Let's do it again.
The motion would be to not extend the expiration date by the construction blackout period timelines.
Deny the request to
This is fun.
exclude the blackout periods from the construction.
That's perfectly
Yeah.
put, yes.
I move that we deny the request to extend the expiration date by the blackout periods.
I don't know, don't ask me to repeat what I said, but I think you got it.
Okay. Yeah. And then again, you will flush it out, so.
okay. Commissioner Kula has a motion on the floor. Is there further discussion?
No turn.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. And that was the extent of our consideration. for
Yes,
this.
do you have a timeline for when you'd like the
Oh,
findings?
Schedule findings.
Yeah. I'm going to be out for a couple weeks, so if possible, if we could push it out to mid to late January, that'd be my preference.
Okay. So we need to pick a date?
12?
That's
Later?
not mid to late.
Let's just say does the 19th work? 19th? Okay, we will schedule findings for January 19th of 2023.
And thank you for your presentation.
Oh, did I pick the wrong?
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you very much.
Right. Uh,
29.
We'll just do the 20th. Well, I mean, he left the room already, so,
There's a recording.
okay. Okay. No, I know. I just think he heard the 19th, so I want to make sure, but he'll get notice, right? Yeah. Okay, so we will schedule the findings for Thursday, January 26th of 2023. Okay. And that concludes our first public hearing. Public hearing number 2. Oh,
Okay, perfect.
we moved the findings to January 26th. That was the only comment. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
David.
Mr. Hall.
Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Let's see, public hearing number 2, consideration of approval in the matter of adoption of an ordinance amending the Yamhill County zoning code to allow for the establishment of psilocybin manufacturing and service centers within certain areas of unincorporated Yamhill County, declaring an emergency and setting the effective date. This is continued from December 1st of 2022. And Jody has submitted her draft.
So this draft was how do I say this? This was the third option that Ken had originally presented to the planning commission in amendment form.
This is legislative, right? I'm not going through.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But I think there have been cards submitted that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, so let's start with public testimony, if everybody's okay with that.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Oh, and I think that 2 of the people who are online also probably, I suspect, want to testify, because state 3 is Jason Lampman. But maybe not. I just want to make sure that they are
Okay.
identified.
Okay, well, let's start with the folks here. So Sid Friedman. Welcome. If you could state your name and address for the record, appreciate it.
Sure. For the record, my name is Sid Friedman. Our address is 14286 Northwest Old Moores Valley Road, Yamhill. I'm testifying on behalf of myself and my wife. Our farm is up the road from one of the private campgrounds that came before you, asking that psilocybin service centers be allowed in farm zones, EFU, and mixed farm forest zones. And the owners are earnest, well-intentioned, they're sympathetic people. But I want to caution you about making county-wide policy based on 1 or 2 properties or 1 or 2 property owners. I do believe that psilocybin holds promise for treating PTSD. And I support the Planning Commission recommendation, the option that they recommended to allow service centers in the recreational, commercial, and the public assembly zone, and to see how that goes before opening up the barn doors to farm zones and mixed farm forest zones as the place to administer psilocybin. There's a lot of people who think of farm zones as, this bucolic, peaceful setting. And that's the picture they have, and they think, well, that's a great place to treat people for PTSD, or a great place to have a recreational trail. But farm zones are an industrial zone that supports the second largest industry in our state, agriculture. And people hunt, they target shoot, they haul Christmas trees with helicopters, they shoot propane cannons, they swath grass seed at night. You know, you're treating people for PTSD. What could possibly go wrong? The private campground near us is, you know, probably 20 minutes, maybe a little bit more from the nearest emergency room. And there's other locations in the county that are quite a bit further from medical services than that. And remember, you're not making policy for one property, you're making policy countywide. So I know in the past, this board has been concerned about the introduction of non-farm uses and not into farm zones when those uses are to serve an urban population. And the continued introduction of more and more of these uses, whether it's a psilocybin center or a B&B that's masquerading as a hotel. It's a steady drip of potential conflicts with the fundamental purpose of the exclusive farm use zone, and that's to support the second largest industry in our state, farming. So I just urge you to take a step back here, rather than adopting a broad, the broadest application of where these things can be cited without any track record, without any knowledge of how they're going to turn out. I urge you to instead step back, start small, adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation, and see how that goes. Because it's a lot easier to add more zones where these are allowed than to try and claw things back after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sid.
Okay. Next up, we have Catherine Jernstead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, as we once again roll past the noon hour by some stretch. My name is Catherine Jernstead. I'm here representing Friends of Yamhill County. We do business out of a P.O. Box 1083 in McMinnville. I personally reside on Mineral Springs Road in Carlton. The letter that I've submitted, this turned around quicker than I realized, so I wasn't able to submit it in advance. And there aren't a lot of new points to it. I would echo much of what Mr. Friedman said. And also, I want to state that I have enjoyed conversations with the advocates who have a business plan and vision in mind, and I've learned a great deal from them. One of the things that I've learned is that down in Douglas County, there's a group from the Netherlands who are busy constructing a resort setting for psilocybin experiences. Again, I don't believe either of the parties we've been dealing with have such an ambitious or extensive plan. But once this thing is allowed, in this broad of a scope, we are leaving ourselves exposed and bare. And I really do think that the more circumscribed approach is right, because we all know about the notification costs of rolling back any kind of permission. And it is so much easier to expand once we have some track record. Another one in the media. Again, I don't believe either of the people we've dealt with have any idea of this, but the Magic Mushroom event in downtown Portland. And staff has correctly pointed out that although that one was illegal by virtue of being ahead of the effective date, staff has pointed out that recreational use is not prohibited. And so, again, I don't want to cast aspersions. I would not want to create financial hardship for these owners, but we really need to take the broader look here. And that has been part of why we supported the Planning Commission's initial recommendation. Specific to the language in the packet, there's been conversations about limiting footprint of building, number of people. That's not present here. So if this were to be adopted as submitted, I don't know how much refining and narrowing down you could do in the future to implement it. And again, I'd like to see this go forward. Jennifer from the campgrounds has been looking for a clinic or an office space to do her other healthcare activities. And she's come up with an interesting strategy where the actual intake, evaluation, and preparation could happen in this office setting. And then they would grow. And I think her idea is that they would then probably administer out on site. But again, it's taking that clinic footprint, that clinic traffic, and not putting it on EFU land. And so I don't know how this could shake out. And certainly I understand we're up against some timelines, but from what they've said, that there's a long qualification curve on this. And I don't know where things stand in terms of how nailed down this has to be for them. But again, we have way too much experience with unintended consequences. And right now, the adjacent winery may be using falconry for control. But if the management of the winery changes and they go to propane cannons, we're not going to regulate hours of target shooting or hunting in rural Oregon. So property changes hands. Business plans expand and grow. And we really, I feel, as citizens of the county, need a little more track record in a, as I say, a more circumscribed setting than this. No, thank you.
I have
Thank you.
A couple questions,
Sure.
if I may. So Catherine, I appreciate it. Thank you for attending the conversation, especially about conditions and what kinds of conditions might be placed. But you noted a Dutch company coming to Douglas County. Do you happen to know the zoning for that?
No, I don't. Jennifer mentioned it there and I've not had time to make further inquiries.
But you know our zoning pretty well. Can you, would you be comfortable speculating on what zonings would allow a resort?
I believe it's our recreation commercial
Okay.
zone.
Okay, that's what I thought, but
Yeah.
so do you recommend us removing that from the proposal as it moves forward?
No,
Oh, okay.
limiting it to that and
To where we could have a resort.
yeah.
So, okay. And then the second thing is, so I just want to clarify on the recreational use component of it. You're not implying that there could be retail stores in Yamhill County, right?
I don't, from what staff had said, it doesn't prohibit it. But I don't know if not prohibiting it is the same as enabling it.
Maybe that's a question for Ken.
Retail stores are not allowed. You can't,
Okay.
you have to take the drug at the service center and you can't purchase it at a service center and take it home.
Okay, so retail sales really aren't. the thing.
No.
But you were implying that retail sales are recreational, so I guess that's the difference.
Yeah, recreational use. You do not have to have a medical approval to participate in
Right.
a session.
And then that's different than retail. Okay,
Okay.
Well, but this came up last time about tasting rooms because you
Right.
don't have to taste wine. You could go in and buy the candles and the wood carvings and the whatever, right? And leave. So that's essentially a retail shop.
right.
Yeah,
I
I,
see
So
what
what's
you
the,
mean, yeah.
so what's the that's, and that was my concern is, okay, well, how are we going to restrict or prohibit retail stores? Where someone would want to come in, purchase psilocybin and then go home and have the experience.
The licensing doesn't allow the purchase of the psilocybin and taking it home and imbibing. Yeah, marijuana does, and tasting room does, but mushrooms don't.
And then, so my third question would be around the scale issue, because you noted there's nothing in the packet, and you also know that we had a conversation about where do we put scale limitations? And so I would invite you to offer your proposals for language about how to reduce scale as it pertains to the draft ordinance that's in front of
Okay.
us.
I did not come prepared to delve into that detail.
Okay.
Mom's had another fall.
Oh,
But I do believe that the analogy that somehow equates them to tasting rooms and those sorts of things is deeply flawed. And about the only value it has is to bring out points like you mentioned, where things haven't gone the way some people thought they would. Also, the DLCD letter from, I believe, September talks about, in consultation with, I think, Justice, that this does not enable an outright use in the manner that the wineries and the breweries and cideries have gone to the legislature and had something carved out entitling them to a place on EFU land. And again, that was written before Oregon Health Authority got that far down the road with their rulemaking. And there's a huge amount of detail in there that is just virtually indigestible to someone not specializing in medical care and the elements of psychedelics. So.
Thank you. Thanks for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much. And I did share your letter.
Thank
around.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have anyone online that would like to submit public testimony? Looks like Jason, if you want to start. And again, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Hello, thank you. My name is, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
You said Jason, and it's, we know it is. That's
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
please
Hi.
state your address for the record.
my name is Jason Lampman. My address is 17175 Southwest Oldsville Road, McMinnville, Oregon, 97128. I wanted to just state that this is not about a few properties. This is about a legal farm crop and reasonable restrictions by law for a newly voted in measure in our state. Also, as distributed in the packet last meeting, the goals of our county are to support diversity and the ability to move forward in the future. Another concern I heard, I wanted to say, the only way that this will ever be moved to a recreational model would be through legislation in the House and the Senate. It would have to pass both of those, and it would have to completely change the rules that have been voted on in this state. So There is no plan to move to recreational, and I don't personally see how it would ever happen. If you know how the Senate and the House works, it is quite a feat to get through that. As far as the recommendations from the planning board, it is stated in Measure 109 and the ORS of the new rules that the recommendations must be reasonable. So the planning commission's recommendations, as we went through, there were no available properties in this. So essentially what we would be looking at that way would be a ban through legislation. And that locks us into a paradox of we don't have experience because it's new and there's no properties, and see what happens. Nothing's going to happen. There would be nothing if we were to do that. So long way of saying I'm in support of this, what Director Friday had written up, because it does give a chance to move forward supporting diversity and this new measure that was won in both our county and the state. And I think I would just like to say that because it is a new farm crop that is accepted in Oregon as a farm crop, and the DLCD letter from Hillary, I forget her last name, did write in support that that this could be accepted in the way that you guys have written, through, especially in farmland, through growing and having a service center connected with a grow on farmland. That we want to be careful of the precedent that we're setting. We don't want to pick and choose which crops we decide. We don't say, hey, we like this crop, but we don't like this one. I think it's important that we listen to the voters and we look at the laws and honor that. We've made compromises not to offer food, not to offer overnight stays. And I would just like to reiterate that this is safe and it does work in one of our crises that we're having with drug and alcohol abuse right now. I'm in support of this, Director Friday's, the way he wrote that up, including farmland. So thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, it looks like we have Mr. Feidelman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Joshua Feidelman. I reside at 16345 Northwest Meadow Lake Road here in Carlton, Oregon. And I just want to start by saying thank you, everybody, for being here today. This has been an amazing process, and we really want to move forward with offering something to all members in all areas of our community that has a benefit far beyond, I think, what any of us really can conceive at this point in time. And I feel that the community, the planning department, and the commissioners, to a point that Jason has made just prior to me speaking, that there's been a lot of compromises made in how we move forward with this to make sure everybody involved is as part of the situation, and hopefully being able to benefit from this in the best way possible. And so the way that the planning department has really looked at this in opening it up to the EF and the AF zones is, I think, very intelligent and has all of the pieces in place for a process forward as we gain more information. If we go back to option one, it is so restrictive that we're not going to be able to have this benefit moving forward in the future. And it would be pretty much like a pure ban. And my wife and I, being new to the community, new to Oregon, coming in here, establishing a business, knowing that the business that we're establishing isn't necessarily congruent with the current model of the land use in our area. But at the same time, we feel it is something that moves us forward in a direction in seeing other options that we can utilize our wonderful outdoor spaces for. And with that, we have overcome a lot of those hurdles when it comes to services we're providing on our property, in knowing that if emergency services are required, what really is the logistics of that. Working with the planning department, meeting all of these conditional use permit requirements, addressing these issues. It's not that any of this hasn't been already discussed and thought of. There's compromises on both sides of the fence here in making this decision. But to stay with the true essence of our democracy and our vote as a community, this is what the community voted for. This is what the community would like to see as a service and a business within its boundaries. And we feel that this is a very intelligent way to move forward with this. And my wife would also like to speak as well.
Hi, everybody. This is Jennifer. Jennifer Leonard. I also reside at 16345 Meadow Lake Road. And we've made pretty much all the points that I think have been brought up today. We've talked about them before. I do want to reiterate that if, especially with our neighbor who has some concerns, I just want it to, it to continue to be a conversation in the community, and to understand that what we're proposing here is beyond just treatment for PTSD. And as a potential facilitator, my job and my training will screen out both the people who are not appropriate for this medicine, as well as who are not appropriate for this property and setting. And so I just want to, I just want to open the conversation and point out that we're doing everything that we can to make sure that if PTSD patients want to come to our property and it seems like not a good fit, then there will be other places for them to get treated. And we're not looking to treat everybody who comes to us, just the people who will fit. And so I guess I just want to allow that, kind of bit of information to hopefully help with the confidence that we're going to be good community members and open to conversation continuing going forward. So thank you for everybody showing up here and being part of the process with us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is there any further testimony that we might have missed here? Nope. Okay.
I have a couple of questions for, or do you
Yeah.
want to start?
Yeah, we can open it up for questions.
So Director Friday, when Catherine Jernstead and Jennifer and Joshua and Jason, I think I got everybody, and Desiree, when we sat down, I recall leaving the meeting with the understanding that there was intending to be a connection in the zoning ordinance between having a service center and having a production license in the ES zones. Do you recall that? I recall writing that down, but I don't, and I'm not familiar, I don't read things perfectly, so maybe there is in it.
And I'm sorry, I did not recall that.
Okay, 'cause
That
you
there
had-
was, well, I will say, I think I did say that, the measure seemed to say that if you had production, you could have a service center. And so by virtue of that, since the production is allowed in the farm zone, my take on it is that you can have a service center, go through a process to get a service center if you've got production. I don't know, and that's something that's unknown, whether we can do a service center by itself, but at least the letter from the state seemed to imply that you might be able to, but Friends has a point that, hey, some of these other things had some specific legislation that put them in. Well, there is some, it's in the measure, so you got to presume that it's allowed in the farm zone, but to what extent, et cetera, I don't know. And I don't know if this ordinance were appealed, which I'm hoping it won't be, but if it were appealed, if we would have to take out service centers that are not associated with grow operations. So
Would you, so would that be a language change, or do you, would you have to, because there isn't anything that says that they have to be right now.
right.
So you would actually, you're saying you would, if that was determined, you would actually have to say service centers that are not in conjunction with a production are not allowed.
Right.
Right.
Or say that service centers are only allowed in conjunction with production.
Yeah. Is there hesitation now in doing that? I don't know. Like that, mostly I just say that because I thought what all of us kind of.
Yeah, that was my
agreed to.
understanding.
Yeah.
That was our expectation,
Okay,
that it would
okay.
be in line with.
I did my best to like convey.
Yeah.
all of this.
And state the question again.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I based upon both the conversations here and the conversations with stakeholders, and there seemed to be a lot of agreement that to connect, to require a production license if you're going to apply for a service center. And that's just not in it now. Is what
Yeah,
I see.
and
'Cause I was not privy to that conversation.
And
so
I-
That's not in there.
and I don't
Yeah.
have that as a specific recollection. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is not in the ordinance.
Right. No, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was pretty sure it wasn't based on what I was seeing.
Because that's the first I've heard it.
Oh,
Yeah. So. Which is totally fine.
yeah.
The options for changing an ordinance would be to read it on the record, or we can just postpone this until next week.
Right. Because I don't mean, the language I wrote down as a proposed was service centers shall be located on properties that also hold production licenses, but that would just be for the EF and AF. Right, because you can't do that with the.
Right. And if
non-resource
that's what you want, the majority of the board wants, then we can do that.
I mean, I thought that was what we,
Mhm.
and I know
Yeah,
that that's what
that
we
was
discussed
my-
in the small group setting as well, and walked away with that understanding.
And I would say that maybe the disconnect was that when we were talking about the property
Yeah.
that had the campground, that they were not planning on doing production.
Right.
And that there is a substantial investment in doing production. And that was not their desire. And so that's why, and since we were putting it already in the recreation commercial zone, that the campground would be appropriate to put it in, but we don't have anything about it being required to be in connection with a grow operation.
Right.
But I do seem to recall our conversation about how it doesn't take much to grow it. And that was sort of the opposite argument was made. If I'm going to grow it, it doesn't make any sense for me not to have a service center because I'm not going to make any money off of
Right.
this.
Right.
So,
And it was, as far as from the conversations both here and in a smaller group setting was, it's also another way to limit, the scale of how many, right, that, so that not just anybody with who owns a piece of EFU land can apply then for the service center, because it would have to be in conjunction with farm use. And Chair, I will note that Catherine looks like she would like to say something, but also Joshua Feidelman also, so for what it's worth. And if you want to
Okay.
recognize them or not.
let's go to Joshua's had his hand up. So, Mr. Feidelman, if you can come on.
Hi there, this is Jennifer with Joshua, and I just want to be clear. We don't have an interest in having the farm crop on our property, mostly because the investment for licensing is so high. So to pay for both licenses, we'd rather invest in somebody like Jason, who's a farmer who wants to grow. So I'm just putting that putting that into the conversation to clarify what we discussed last week.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Catherine?
I don't know if I misinterpreted my quick read through the rules, but there's the production license. And then there's processing and manufacture. And then there is that clinical administratives. So we've got 3 different tiers in much the same way. Again, I hate the winery analogy, but we have people saying they have a winery because they store containers of wine while it ages. They're not doing the pressing. They're not doing the other stuff. And in some cases, they're not even growing grapes. So I have a concern about if we view this as in conjunction with farm use, not just they have an application, but they really are actively involved in the production of the crop to be vested in it, and to understand the complexity of it, not just, there's one on the other side of the hill for me. Their application was for a winery and a tasting room. There's no winery. It's a tasting room. So I'm concerned about things being too subject to manipulation and prevarication.
Do you mind if I clarify? So the language as I just crafted it about shall be located on a property that also holds a production license. You don't think that that is sufficient, and are you thinking that it should say something along the lines of that it should be producing the crop that's used, or is that
Yeah, that they have a production license and are actively producing.
and I guess then the condition, I'm just looking at Ken over here, the conditions would really be the place where you would then have to decide that.
Yeah.
Right. Or monitor that.
And I
But
would,
I see what you mean. I'm sorry, Chair. It's like, I see what you mean, that it's not just holding the license.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the other
I just wanted
aspect,
to make sure that we had the holding the license in there, so it wasn't like, oh, I'm growing mushrooms.
the other element is that if you go back to the Planning Commission, option 1, Jason would be able to grow on his EFU land. It is the service center that has to find the other property. So option 1 did not preclude a legal crop in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
So
So is there a license? I thought the license was for manufacturing. There's not a license to grow because it's
Just
a
a good
farm.
clarification.
So that is sort of how our rules are sort of different than the states. We're permitting outright, I think I call it the growing and cultivation of mushrooms, which isn't really necessarily touched by the state, that everything's considered manufacturing, but it was from my understanding of our last hearing that there is at least some of the manufacturing piece has to be done indoors. So I sort of carved it out separately so that it was clear that's the conditional use. So yeah, we have the 3 tiers, although the state's rules don't seem to single it out like that. It's more just you either a manufacturer or you're a service center or the other things, but does that make
But Ken
sense?
had kind of said, well, what if somebody is making a baked good that has the product for the service center? And I think you wanted to make sure that that was its own application, right?
Yes, and I
Not
think
just the preparation
I
of
think
it.
the language has that in there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I do agree with Jason's concern that if we go with an option 1, and we've kind of already gone through this, but I'm just
Yeah, sure.
reiterating, if we go with an option one, we are essentially banning it. And I think that was clear from even the planning commission's testimony. And I don't feel that it's right or fair for us to just ignore the impact of what that would do, because it runs contrary to what we've discussed as a board. Is there, so setting aside the link between the two, the site design review would allow us to govern like the size and the more
Good
specifics.
question.
Okay,
Yeah, it's size, parking, and it allows input from neighboring property owners, but it doesn't require the level of conditions, and it doesn't that a conditional use would. So
okay. Sorry,
then-
Sid, you, if you want to come forward to the microphone.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to once again just caution you about making countywide policy based on a couple of property owners or even a stakeholder group that includes Friends of Yamhill County and a couple of property owners, because what you decide here will apply countywide to all properties and, not just these two. I also understand that you're up against a deadline, a January deadline. And I just suggest that offer as a possible option. You could adopt option one that the Planning Commission recommended, and then that would get you in front of, and then you'll have time to work out these details that, should it be connected to a license to grow? What level of review should be required in terms of conditions? Should size be a site by site analysis? Those are things you can then work out at your leisure without staring at a 2-week deadline with the holidays looming. So I just offer that as a possible suggestion. Adopt option one with the understanding that you're going to work through the rest of these details over the course of a few weeks or a month or 2 months, whatever, without having to stare at a deadline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, commissioners, I'm comfortable with moving forward with what's presented. But I think that it's important to have that language about a connection to a production facility for a service center. And then I will not be here in the new year, but I feel comfortable that you working with staff can address the scale issues in the course of a conditional use permit.
To that point, can the working on the details of scale, what would that look like after the fact?
well, the scale we can address with the conditional use or site design review to some degree in site design review. So if the board wanted to have either a work group or if the board wanted to say, for wineries, the other day we had 7 o'clock was the cutoff for a wine tasting facility. If you wanted to apply that and say that it goes from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for a service center, and that's the county's policy, that's what I would put on as a condition for a conditional use or for a service center. So you can, direct me what you expect as far as the conditions, or you could make a subcommittee that would come back with a report on what they think ought to be. We had events were an issue with wineries, and so we had actually a winery work group that was formed that had members of the wine industry that of various scale and sizes of their operations that came in and said, this is what we think ought to be as far as conditions related to wine production and wine tasting rooms, et cetera. So it's up to you as to how much direction you want to give or how much you want to ask of another group to to give you that direction. Could be the planning commission, could be a subgroup.
Thank you.
Kind of to the, your point of linking the two, it is a substantial investment in terms of the license to manufacture,
Yeah.
well, grow, and then the license to manufacture and sort of do all that. But I do think that, at least from my recollection, that was the intent of the board, was to sort of make this a more serious business, proposition, I suppose. And certainly that's kind of what we heard from landowners in these zones was, this is, I can make this into a business if you allow me to do this. So I would be in favor of linking the two.
Okay. And I wrote down, kind of going with, I mean, we have wordsmiths here too, but service centers shall be located on properties that also hold production licenses and are producing the crop. Which I think gets both of those, right? Like, I want to make sure that there's a license there. But then
Right.
also, to Catherine's point, make sure that they're actually producing it. Beyond that, I don't feel like we need to specify within there, like, oh, and it needs to go to here, because I think that's pretty clear.
Understood.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then OHA will take it from there in terms of tracking and tracing.
Okay. And so I'm just doing my due diligence, but fast forward, I don't know how many years, let's say it's now, OHA or whoever changes the rules and you no longer have to sit at a service center for 8 hours and consume this, you can take it home. What then? I mean, do we have any protection against?
Well, I suspect that there
The-
will be another license type.
For the read.
Yeah,
But
for the,
then it would
if you're
be-
like takeout, yeah,
Right,
for retail
takeout.
sell.
But then it would be a retail shop essentially.
Yeah, so like with the wine industry, you had to do a specific resource industrial zone to cite one out in the rural area. And then the legislature placed it down as a permitted use subject to certain parameters. And then they have allowed events within certain parameters. So I think, when those changes are made, we would just adopt them into our code. And if there's something that is more restrictive, we also adopt that into our code, but we also let the existing owners know whether they are grandfathered in or whether they need to change the way they're doing business.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Okay, well, I think for the sake of time here, and I think, the consensus, at least seems like there's a consensus here to move forward with the additional language.
So, so you can, it's up to the board. Do you want me to just rewrite and come back next week with the same ordinance, or do you want to try to read those? Do you want to try to read those into the record?
I think we could read them into the record. but-
Okay, so you want to be specific as to which sections you're adding, and then the language specifically that you want to add.
Well,
I'm gonna
before
leave
you
that
get too far, Christian and I were just non-verbally trying to have a conversation,
Oh,
about. So we've got hands that are raised. I know this is a
Oh.
legislative hearing.
Mhm.
If there's still public comment or at some point, because I do, in the interests of process and time, if we're going to continue to allow public comment before we get into the deliberation and the board making a decision, I'm just, we've got hands raised.
Yeah,
If the board wants to allow some additional testimony.
I
or-
can make notations while you.
Okay.
If you want to, right? It's up to you.
Sure. Okay, so it looks like Jason is up with his hand raised. If you could just make it quick, we've kind of already been in deliberation, but
Okay, I'm sorry. I will just make it. I was
Okay.
just going to say, just to make clear, it was my understanding from our past meetings and in our meeting with the director and everything, that the connection was going to be in section 2 of this new amendment with the connection only being for exclusive farm use to protect the expansion on high value soil. So
That's my
that's all.
of the
Thank you.
conversation. Maybe
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. And then Joshua or Jennifer?
Hi, yeah, I want to further the point that Jason had just made. Due to the extensive cost, if the county requires us to be a service center, or a person like Jason who wants to just be a grower on the farming end of things, to acquire both licensure through the state would be $20,000 or more. And that puts it very expensive. And again, I think in our prior conversations, we were going to limit that connection in regards to if this was going to be allowed on the high value soil. Whereas take that stipulation out, then we could have a separation of this licensure to where we could just be service center and those people could be just the farming. And then that brings that licensure cost within a reasonable aspect. And one further point, after this next year, outside entities outside of Oregon will be able to come in and do these kinds of businesses, and they might have a lot more funding than we do. So if we could get our footprint established, and of course, cost is a part of that. So please take that into consideration. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, I got it. I
So,
think.
so the high value soil, the separation of that, can we kind of ferret that out? Maybe I'm not tracking that issue. I don't recall us discussing that.
Yeah, and I don't recall us discussing it specifically to high value soil, but just in general that the campground that they have approved is on a parcel that's predominantly non-high value soil. And that's one reason why the campground was seen as a way to allow the service center on non-high value soil in a specific instance where they had a campground. So
Okay, so
I don't recall there being this connection
I think it
of,
was just the campground.
yeah, it was just the campground is what I recalled, that there wasn't a specific link to high value or non-high value. It was more of a specific link to campground.
So a way to organize it, and then Jody, and the person sitting beside me could explain the process if we were to go with it, would be to add to section 402T, which says, so it says the psilocybin service center is operating within this our conditional use, to add the statement about service centers shall be located on tax lots that also hold a producer license and are producing. And then take that same language and add it to section 403 DD, which is in the ag forest zone, which applies, DD applies to, is a new section that applies to psilocybin service centers on their own. So if you're producing, and what that would achieve is if you want to have a psilocybin service center as a conditional use and you don't have a campground, because these are like clearly their own thing, that it has to be producing as well. So that'd be that's the kind of the mechanism for putting it in. So 402T.
So I guess I'm not understanding. Are we proposing that only in high value soil land that there is a direct link between the three, but in non-high value, there's not?
I think it's just that it's only for those that aren't in conjunction with campgrounds, we would require it. But if you want to have it in conjunction with campgrounds, then I think we could make it a separate subsection. Right?
But there's also a separate section specific to campgrounds and service centers up in EFU, up
Yeah.
in subsection O. So that would be a different conditional use permit.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's only applicable to campgrounds. At least that's the way I wrote it.
Okay,
Mhm.
so that would satisfy
Yeah.
the Feidelman's concern. over-
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I've learned all about how campgrounds are really their special thing. Yeah. I remember we talked about this a long time ago, but now I'm seeing it in action. But then do you want to hear from Jody was explaining kind of the process to me.
So if there's no objection, we could read it by title, but if we're gonna read it by title, we have to be very explicit about what we're adding to, or what we're amending in the proposal. So we would just have to read that word for word into the record. And then you'd read it by title again, because it's being adopted as an emergency.
Okay, so it would go into effect today if we adopt it.
No, I think I wrote it to go into effect January 2nd, I believe.
Okay.
Um,
But prior to, or is that the same day?
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to wait the 2 weeks and then you have to wait 90 days.
Oh, yeah. January 2nd.
Right. To coincide with the state. But that's up to the board. Yeah.
I think that makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Kula, did you want to read it?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so
Close the hearing
Okay.
first and then we can start by reading it by title if there's no objection, and then deliberation, and then
Okay.
read the amendments and read the amendments. So we'll start with
I'm going
closing
to
the
start by
hearing.
closing the hearing.
yeah, you're like, I know how to do that.
Says the man who's not speaking in his microphone. Yes, sir. Yes. sir.
Okay, we've closed the hearing and Commissioner Kula is going to read the title.
You're gonna call for the first.
Call for the
reading.
first reading.
I will call for the first reading.
In the matter, before the Board of Commissioners of the State of Oregon for the County of Yamhill, sitting for the transaction of county business, in the matter of adoption of an ordinance amending the Yamhill County zoning code to allow for the establishment of psilocybin manufacturing and service centers within certain areas of unincorporated Yamhill County, declaring an emergency and setting the effective date.
So deliberations now? Yes, so at some point, we're gonna deliberations / read in your amendment word for word into the section that you want to add, sections that you want to add it to. So you're gonna have to do it for both.
Okay, so is there any further deliberation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, and then do I make a motion as part of it?
As part of the first meeting.
Oh, okay.
Read that.
Okay.
I don't think there needs to be a. I don't
As
think
part
there
of
needs to be a
the
motion.
first reading by title
Yeah,
only,
Yeah,
section 402T is so amended to read to include the language service centers shall be located on tax lots that also hold producer licenses and are actively producing the crop. Section 403DD
403, I think there's a subsection there.
403, no, 40304 DD is amended to include, quote, service centers shall be located on tax lots that also hold producer licenses and are actively producing the crop.
So now it's deliberations, and then
Any-
there's gonna be a second title reading.
Okay, any further deliberation?
I feel like I've learned a lot.
I will call for the second reading.
Before the Board of Commissioners of the State of Oregon for the County of Yamhill, sitting for the transaction of county business in the matter of adoption of an ordinance amending the Yamhill County zoning code to allow for the establishment of psilocybin manufacturing and service centers within certain areas of unincorporated Yamhill County, declaring an emergency and setting the effective date.
Nicely done.
And
And then you have to read the amendments.
do I read this again?
No, you don't need to
Okay.
read the amendments again.
Oh.
Okay.
Now you vote.
And now we vote.
Yep.
Need a motion?
Yeah, I mean, a motion.
You did. Okay, so Commissioner Kula made the motion. If there's no further discussion or questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. And
Yeah, great.
we declare it as an emergency. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Do we have to declare it as an emergency order or anything?
No,
That's in
was unanimous.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Right.
And it's in that or,
Declaring an
The draft
emergency.
ordinance.
is your title already.
some reason process always makes me a little bit nervous. Objectionable. Yeah. Nope, no worries. No propriety either.
Okay, we will move on to item J3, which is receipt of public comment on the proposal for the solid waste collection franchise renewal submitted by Recology Western Oregon.
Madam Chair, this would also be a public hearing, so we'll need to open the public hearing and then call for any testimony.
Okay, so I will open the hearing. Is there any testimony in support or in opposition to any testimony whatsoever? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, if you want to make statements, now would be the time.
Although we have it all in the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner.
But still, it's good to see you. It's nice to be here.
So good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Dave Larmuth, and my address is 1350 Northwest Countryside Court in McMinnville. I'm the rate analyst for Recology Western Oregon. We've submitted our franchise application as per the county ordinance. It's a little unusual for us. Most of our agreements have an annual renewal clause. The way that the ordinance dictates our franchise is a 10-year agreement with the county that's then renewable after 36 months. So our last renewal was in 2018. And so we're putting forward this renewal to extend out the end date of our current agreement, which would be 2032, which is hard to think about,
It is.
but this is 2022. So
Will your garbage trucks fly by then?
they'll be invisible and have
Sorry.
just
You
cloaking
can't-
devices.
Yeah.
So other than that, I'm happy to take any questions you have about the service or any feedback or about the application itself.
I thought the application was remarkably readable. How about that? Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I just want to go on record, and I kind of do this all the time, and that is when I first became a commissioner, I had some concerns about the whole of, municipal franchises and how we basically limit the playing field, so to speak. But it's understandable why you'd want to have a game plan for whether or not you continue to make these investments and continue to have this. I've always had concerns about the fact that it's basically a perpetual franchise because it gets 3 years and then it gets re-upped again. So I've always wondered about that particular piece. It sort of creates a government monopoly. And yet there's the understanding that this is a huge investment for infrastructure and it's not something everybody can come along and do. So we want to make sure that the service is available. So it's the two-edged sword. Again, just playing devil's advocate here. If there were a better way to do this where we had more of the free market component, I would be in favor of that, but I haven't been able to figure out what that looks like. So here we are.
Thank you, Commissioner Starrett. I think the trade-off for the county is that the county ultimately sets the rates that we charge, and we have full financial reporting. So you get to see our cards, if you will.
Yeah, both good points.
Thank you.
And I, for one, am very happy with my service.
That's good to hear.
Okay. So the purpose of this is to hear any sort of testimony.
That's correct.
Okay.
Just here to hear testimony. And then if the board is generally in agreement with considering the extension, then we would come back in a couple of weeks with a formal board order doing that, extending it out to, I'll look at the date, but end of December 2032, I guess.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good.
Thanks
Okay.
for
For
having
your patience as well.
Thank you for waiting.
And there's no other testimony, then close the hearing.
Okay. Hearing no other testimony, I will close this hearing.
You,
And then do you need just a consensus that we are moving forward?
yeah, I mean, if you'd like, you could convey the consensus of the board to staff and let us know what you'd like us to do next.
Okay. I think the consensus is to prepare the order.
Okay.
Yep.
We'll do it.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Bring it back
thank you.
in 3 weeks, if that works. So second meeting of January.
Sounds good. That concludes our public hearings for today. We are on to announcements.
Chair, I just want to say real quickly, the review of the wildfire risk map meeting went well, and there was a lot of participation and a lot of understanding of our concerns. The other thing is the Measure 114 hearing in Harney County was a very long and technical explanation of firearm usage, and we're expecting that the judge will issue a decision tomorrow regarding the magazine ban. But hopefully, and the lawsuits will be consolidated going forward. So there are a number of others. So it's definitely a ever-changing landscape there.
Yeah. And I was surprised about the wildfire map discussion. The willingness of, I think it was Senator Golden, who's sort of the chief drafter of that legislation, to say, we know there's problems, we know
Right.
there's problems, and commit to working with counties. So that was good to see.
Yeah, that's really reassuring. And we had, I would say we had Parkway this morning, which is why I was racing in here, not too carefully. And one of the things that came out of that was that with the a renewed focus among some at the legislature to get a funding package specifically for the interstate bridge replacement program, so that a new I-5 bridge over the Columbia, that there may be opportunities to include the phase 2B of the bypass. So that's just a conversation. I didn't agree with the analysis that thought that there would be a potential there, but I think that a potential alternate package actually is in the works. So stay tuned, but some version of funding for the phase 2B may come out of the legislature session.
Okay, thank you.
Tuesday night, I attended the McMinnville City Council meeting on sort of behalf of our constituents too, but McMinnville business owners. The room was packed. Several of them gave testimony over concern with crime and just hearing the details of some of the theft and people have been assaulted. Folks had been, one guy had 2 machetes pulled on him. I mean, this is serious stuff. So, my takeaway is that it's 10 times worse than what we heard because a lot of people just are afraid to speak out about it. And so the group of business owners are asking for a task force to be sort of formed and have the city assist with that. And I have communicated that the county will be a willing partner in that. If we can do anything, I know there's connections between our sheriff's department and MAC PD and even the courts, city versus county courts, where we can probably have better communication. But that was really, really shocking. It was, standing room in the back to see that. I will say that I'm very proud of this commission and this board for allowing public testimony in most of the time an unconstrained way. They were quite militant about you get your 3 minutes and we're going to interrupt you at 2 and tell you have a minute left. And it was just sort of, shocking. So I appreciate that we understand that the folks who come and sit here pay our salaries and ultimately we are here to listen to them. So Governor-elect Kotek is planning to come to Yamhill County, I believe, next week. I was talking to the mayor about that. I haven't heard a date though. No,
Well,
Nobody
I
knows the
heard
date.
mid-January she'll be visiting at the CCO and we are all going to be invited to come to that. I heard the middle of January, so I don't
Hmm.
know if there are
Okay.
two separate. maybe
Mayor
I'm
Drabkin
misunderstood.
mentioned the 21st, but she said that wasn't in stone, so I don't know.
I don't know.
So anyway, that'll be occurring at some point. Hopefully we can have more details next week. And then I just wanted to thank our employees again for their years of service and their commitment to the county.
Mhm.
Any other announcements?
So for me, Chair.
Okay.
No?
Thanks, staff, once again for a
Okay.
long meeting.
Thank you very much.
All of you appreciate
Thank
it.
you. You made it through.
Yes, you made it. That's right. She's still here.
We'll see next week.
Good point.
Okay. So I'm going to adjourn the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal session for December 15th, 2022. It is 1:52 PM. Thank you.